Okay.
So, I think we're live. Welcome to everyone. Today's my second YouTube debate, and I'm here with my friend and today opponent, Anthony Riley. And the topic of today's debate will be pyramids. So the way this is going to work is that Anthony will start with his presentation, which will take about 10 to 20 minutes, we don't know. And afterwards, we'll have an open discussion about the point that he's making. So let's go.
Okay, we need to screen share. Do I do that or do you?
It's you. You have to click that there are some symbols for screen share. It's a monitor with a green arrow on it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay.
Let's try this. You see my screen?
Not yet. It usually takes some time.
Okay.
Yes, I can see it.
The pyramids, yeah?
Yes, I can see it. It's a PowerPoint. Wait, there must be some way to, yeah. Okay, now we can all see it even when I'm talking. So this should be working.
All right, let's click on auto hide the taskbar so that it drops out the way. Do you see the full screen, Alex?
Yes, I can.
Great. This is a really interesting debate because this isn't really about whether you agree with me or agree with Alex. This is all about evidence, and it's all about how you interpret the evidence yourself. Evidence and seeing what is there, if anything, and then whether or not you agree with it. The evidence is overwhelming. The two post arguments are that one is that they are tombs, the other one is that they are not tombs. They are directly to do with power generation. The first point about the pyramids is that everybody asks, how did they get built? How? And slavery is often cited as the cause. They didn't actually enslave the people at all. The people built them because they realized that everybody else benefited from them once they were built. Essentially, it's because of the people that built them all that allowed these to be created. Yeah, you could go with the slavery argument, but the reality is it's nothing to do with it. It is built by the people because of and for the people. Okay, so moving forward the slides. Let's see if I can do this. We can tell by looking at the pyramids themselves that they are a structure. Some people would say, well, they just look like triangles. But when you look at what the definition of a structure is, it's a building constructed of several parts. I'll now pull apart and discuss the several parts of these buildings and talk about exactly why they are a structure. They're not anything else other than a structure. If you look into the pyramids themselves, the first thing that you notice is they go subterranean. This is massive because everybody sees the pyramids as a triangle on top of a plateau or a slab, but they don't realize that they go underground. The aquifers that they are all built on top of, there's a subterranean chamber that feeds directly into and from the aquifers themselves. Now, in itself, you think to yourself, so what? But the reality is somebody's had to dig deep below the ground in the sand and put in something that is to do with a structure itself. Now, this first point is important because if you do believe that they are tombs, what purpose does this serve for a tomb? The blood. Well, there are these chambers are all built from they're all built from granite. There is no evidence whatsoever of any liquid being used, poured down, or otherwise. The granite chambers are there for a particular reason. And when you look into granite itself as a material, you realize that it's conductive. It effectively transfers the negative ions that's generated by running water within the aquifer itself, and it transfers the negative ions into what is the center part of the chamber itself, called the King's Chamber. You realize that the granite deals with this. You realize that this is a structure. It isn't there for ornamental purposes, and it serves no purpose as a tomb because where would all the bodies be? I mean, look at the picture. Where would the bodies actually go? There's not a lot of space inside there for tombs. So why would they build something massive and then not utilize it with loads of bodies? Because that's what you would do with a structure of this size. Yet you see that there's something subterranean underneath that conducts electricity, and it just happens to be built on a running water-based aquifer. That itself makes you realize that there's something serious going on. This is intended. It's part of a plan. Once you move up from the aquifers themselves, the pyramids themselves are then built on the aquifer, on the plateaus themselves. And on top of that, the pyramid is then built of limestone, sandstone, and a variety of other bits and pieces all put together to create what you see there. Is this consistent with what you would expect a tomb to look like? No. The subterranean passage being built on top of the aquifer is literally there for one reason and one reason only. It's only there to conduct electricity or to conduct negative ions from the running water, and that goes directly into the king's chamber. If you look at Tesla's tower, the Wardenclyffe Tower, there are starking similarities between the two. The aquifers that they're built on top of, in Tesla's case, transmitted and transferred the negative ions straight up into his tower, which was made of wood, which is obviously electricity. It's not conductive, into the tower itself, and that's where Tesla utilized the negative ions himself. The comparisons between the two are stark. They're obviously the same. Similar technique, elevated structure in terms of the top of the tower, and the pyramids were elevated in terms of the top of the pyramids themselves. So when you cross-reference the two, you can see that they are similar in the scope. It's essentially a conductor at the top of a tower, in the same way that the pyramids are a conductor at the top of a pyramid. The insulating effects, the insulating properties of the tower are consistent with the insulating effects of the materials used when they built the pyramids. It's not a fluke that they used sandstone and limestone. It's not a fluke that they used granite. It's not a fluke that they built it in a particular way, intentionally, so that they did the same thing as what the Tesla Tower did. Yet then people that built the Tesla Tower, then people that built the pyramids, and the person that was responsible for building the Wardenclyffe Tower, were not aware of each other as far as mainstream science is aware. Global communications were not present. Don't forget, Tesla did this in America. These pyramids were done in the middle of the desert, effectively, at the time. They were not in contact, yet they built the same structure with the same principles intact. There are massive similarities between the two. And the reality is, they don't contrast, they compare. So, is it a fluke and coincidence? Or is it actually design? Does this make you think anything to do with tombs? Or does it make you think of comparisons? This is where we start looking into some of the science. What these pyramids actually did was, it's a basic process called ionization. They collected the negative ions and they matched them, or they attracted the positive ions from the atmosphere in the king's chamber, where the electricity was then utilized and it was spread within the immediate vicinity. Now, a lot of people debate whether or not this actually happens or not, because it's not generally accepted that there's positive ions flowing around in the atmosphere. Well, there is, but it depends on how high you get. The higher you get, the more access to them you get. But you need a conductive source at the top of the pyramids to do it. The conductive source at the top of the pyramids essentially is the cathode. So when you look to the top of the pyramids, all historians accept that there was a capstone on the top of the pyramids. They all accept it. Where they are now, nobody knows. Nobody really knows what they were made of. And most people accept that it was a form of electrolysis, using gold as the conductor. Some people argue it was silver, but the capstones themselves are missing. Now, the reality is, if the capstone is missing, then it's a piece of the jigsaw that's now no longer there. Was it missing because they were valuable? Arguably not. Most people have removed them because the capstones themselves complete the circuit. They need the capstone in place for it to do what it does. Look at the pyramids themselves and go, well, are the pyramids there? Do the pyramids have capstones missing or not? You can go onto Google and just type in yourself pyramids and then click images. Look around the pyramid images that you see. They've all got the missing capstone. Some of them have got the outer sheath at the top, towards the top of the pyramid, still intact. That outer sheath is essentially the insulation, like on a wire, like on a cable, where the wire inside the cable's got the insulating sheath around the outside. Effectively, that's what the outer layer is, and you can see it on some of these pictures. that again, you can see that the tops are missing, the capstones are missing. It's not like the missing link in evolution. They've all got this missing link, and it's obvious that there's something missing. In the evolution argument, it isn't obvious that there's a missing piece of evidence. But in the pyramids, it's obvious that there's something missing there because they're all flat-topped. When you accept, or if you do accept, that the missing capstones are there, what else is going on with the pyramids? Because the outer sheath is often limestone. Yes. Just bear with me while the pizza guy comes. But when you see that the outer sheath is limestone, and you realize that limestone itself as a conductive material effectively acts as an insulator. Sorry, it's just I was hoping the dog wouldn't kick off. When you see that the limestone acts as an insulator, you then ask the question, well, what's the purpose of the insulator? And the insulator is to keep the energy inside the pyramid itself. When the energy is inside the pyramid, the sandstone that the pyramids are made of acts as a resistor, and it limits and allows the control of the electricity itself. It's minorly conductive. It's not like metal that will conduct electricity easily. It's minorly conductive. And because of that, it allows the electricity input to be controlled. So it creates effectively a reliable energy source. That's why there's limestone on the outside, and it acts as an insulator. It keeps the electricity inside when it's ready to, and it does it in a controlled way. On the left-hand side, it shows the air shaft. The air shaft is, I'll be honest, I don't know what role it plays. To me, it's the discharge of the electricity once it's been created. It allows for the electricity itself to be utilized. So they call it an air shaft, but it's open to interpretation exactly whether it's an air shaft or not. But the reality is does this make you think anything to do with tombs? Or does it make you think it's more to do with structure, design, intelligence? The fact that we don't use these things these days doesn't mean that it wasn't used before. On the lower picture, again, you can see a flat top to the pyramid. This is just showing the example. This is exemplifying the fact that the limestone was used on the outside. We'll see is the inner part of the pyramids themselves. The limestone on the outside is what they use to insulate. It's just evidential that it's there. It's not hocus pocus. It's not pseudo. It is real. It is there. So moving forward. Oh, by the way, does it again? Ask yourself the question: why would they do this if it was really a tomb? Effort to doing this if it's really a tomb. Going back to the underground bit, essentially this acts as a cathode. We know that running water discharges negative ions. Does it all the time. You can look this up yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to believe me. When you realize and you look into the pyramids, you realize that the River Nile was redirected at some point in history. But it used to run across the front of the Nile. It used to run across the front of the pyramids, and the pyramids were built on the banks of the Nile. How do we know this? Because the pyramids had a pier that went out to the Nile, and they used to disembark cargo from the Nile into the civilization itself. That pier itself proves that the Nile was originally there. So if you have running water running past the pyramids, and you tap into the underground aquifers that the rivers feed, it does make sense logically and evidentially that they did this for a particular reason. Why were the shafts all made of granite? It's not easy to get granite in the middle of the desert. They had to get that granite from somewhere, and it's really awkward to move. There's no evidence whatsoever that there was anything other than a polished surface to the granite slabs that were used to make the shafts. So it wasn't used for waste. Inside the pyramids, before modern man, us, before we got into the pyramids, there were no electricity cables at all. It's pitch black inside there without electricity cables. How is it true that if they were tombs, how did they actually light up the areas that they were walking around when there is no evidence whatsoever of soot deposits in any part of the chamber, including the king's chamber? soot is not prevalent in there. So they didn't use fossil fuels or whatever, paraffin lamps, to get their way around. Baghdad batteries, you can look into it. If you're not familiar with the term, look into it, research it. Don't believe me, look into it yourself. The atmosphere itself is where the positively charged ions are. Or so I say, but how do I know? Well, if you look into the constitution of our own atmosphere, you realize at certain altitudes, and it gets more as you get higher. The higher you go, the more this becomes amplified. Positive energy is up there all the time. It comes from the sun. It's electromagnetic pulses of radiation from the sun that charge our own atmosphere. The moon plays a direct part in it. The sun is effectively the power source. It charges our own atmosphere, and the higher you go, the more powerful this energy is up there. And the Egyptians realized that if you could utilize the positive ions from the atmosphere by creating a negative charge on the ground, you could attract the positive energy to the negative energy that you've created on the ground and create a circuit. Now, is that coincidence? Or is that fluke? Or is it pseudoscience? Not really. We know that this works. It's demonstrably true. If you can get positive ions, mix them with negative ions, you create. The Northern Lights are a really good example of showing that there are positively charged atmosphere ions up there. These find their way, or these are the easiest manifestation that we see. And this is what is directly causing the electricity flow to be utilized with the pyramids. The interesting thing is electricity fields that are running across the earth, called ley lines, all the pyramids are built on. Some people dispute the existence of ley lines because evidentially it's difficult to prove. Pyramid, right? Some pyramids weren't built directly on the ley line. They were slightly off, half built. They realized when they were building that these weren't in the right place for whatever reason, or the ley lines moved, or they just miscalculated where they put them originally. They weren't as efficient. They've got to be in a certain place, otherwise they don't do the work properly. The highlighted bit there shows that experiments have shown the intensity of the electric field is greater in the middle of the day. We know that the sun creates electric fields. We know that it's flying around the atmosphere of the earth. It is there. You can look into it yourself. You can look it up. In fine weather, the potential, otherwise known as voltage, increases with altitude at around 30 volts per foot. That's important. That's why there's height to the pyramids. That's why they've got an elevation that they need, just like Tesla's tower. If you can get that electrode up top, if you can get the conductor up at the top of the pyramid as high as you can, you've got a greater chance of yielding the electricity flow, the current. You can create more power. Because they're all built on ley lines, you have to question, is it coincidence that they're all built on ley lines? Some of them build where ley lines cross. Some of them are built just on ley lines. The more that they build on the ley lines, the more efficient the yield. And cross, it's massive. This is not coincidence. They've done this intentionally with design in mind. They know something's going on. They know that they can utilize the power that's created. Interestingly, all the key megalithic structures in the world are all built on ley lines. Is this true? Look it up. Now, interestingly, this is where you got to cross-reference what science tells us about humanity, and then cross-reference it to the pyramids and all the other megalithic structures. Because according to science, we're only about 8,000 to 10,000 years old. There is good evidence that shows that this is just bunkum. We're at least the 7th civilization to live on this planet. There were people before us. We are not the only civilization to live here. But science tells us that we are. It just is not true. So if you just Google it, humans have been on this earth for around 6 million years. Our ancestors have been around for 6 million years. Obviously, when it talks about our ancestors, they're talking about the monkeys and the apes, evolution. But the modern form of humans have only been on here for around 6,000 years. Really? So when you look back to this, if we accept that we did evolve from monkeys with the evolution argument, who built all these structures? Giza Pyramids, 14,000 years. Göbekli Tepe. There's loads. You can pick your way around any of these and see what's going on. I mean, look, what can I see on there? I can see in Australia, I don't even know what that is, but it's 60,000 years old. Let's see what else. Tulum skeletons, 13,600 years. Göbekli Tepe is one that you should research. There's another one, Machu Picchu in Argentina is another one to look at. These are all things that are really, really old. Also old, but they're all built on ley lines. Pyramids are on the ley lines. It does massively. This guy, Alexander Deyev, I don't know the guy. I'm not promoting any of his work, although by pushing this particular page, you'd argue that I would. But this guy believes that we are at least the fourth civilization to have lived on this earth. It's not what science say. I agree with him. We are at least the fourth. We are the seventh. There are 6 previous civilizations before us. For whatever reason, it doesn't matter. But what the point is, we've been here for longer than 6,000 years or 8,000 years, like science tells us we have. Does it really, based on what's been said so far, does it look like they were tombs? Is all of this just coincidental bunkum? Is it pseudoscience or is it actually evidence? Okay, let's look at what the science says. This is a video that I haven't seen for a long time, but you should consider watching it. It's a bloke that talks about it. He's annoying because he says things like, peace be upon him all the time in some religious chant. I don't get it. But what he's talking about is good. Watch that video. It explains the points of my discussion just now better than I can do it. It shows it with really good illustrations. He explains a lot of stuff. It's really, really good. Some people say that I'm, what's that phrase? The phrase that guy in America uses, dumb fuck of the year. I was nominated for the dumb fuck of the year on his channel. Fine. I don't mind. Let's just for one moment assume and accept that I may actually be true. Why would it be hidden from us? Well, this is where the capitalism argument comes in. Money makes the world go round. You've all heard that saying. Do you really think that the authorities that basically are capitalist, do you think that they're going to allow us to have free power? The reason why Tesla's work died was because he was ridiculed by science. Because of his goal being free power for all. Look into Tesla. You'll see that that's what his ethos was. Free power for all. He was ridiculed by science. Although Edison got the best work and he got it all promoted and pushed by the authorities, etc. When you realize that the Rockefellers were funding Tesla initially until he said that he was going to give free power for everybody, they pulled the funding from him. It was the Rockefellers that did that. Or it could have been the Rothschilds, can't remember. It's one of the R's. It's not coincidence that he had funding until he let it go that everyone was going to get free power. And then Edison's AC power supply delivery became the one that was mainstream. Yet it's not the one that's most efficient. It's not the one that's most easily created locally. Yeah, we can have regional power stations, and that feeds into the Edison's theory. But if we all used the Tesla's theory, we could all generate our own power locally, not pay anything for it other than the hardware, and never have to rely on power creation from any form of government institution again. Bottom point, do you really think our government would allow us to genuinely live free? Free energy? Do you think they would do that? They really would tax the air that we breathe if they could meter it. Because that's what our governments do. We live in a capitalist society. Egyptians are generally regarded as a superior being from many aspects of life. I don't necessarily agree with that, but it's obvious that they were using technology that we don't use today, but we don't use it for whatever reason. They were able to build these pyramids within fractions of millimeters, but they didn't actually use millimeters as a unit of measurement. Look into it. Look what they actually used as a unit of measurement. And when you look into it and do the conversions to what we use today, they are so precise that they use techniques that we can't match. Yeah, sure, we might be able to lift the blocks into place with cranes and stuff, but it's quite impressive that this civilization were able to do stuff that we would struggle to build today. Yeah, we could physically lift the stuff, but we've never ever found evidence of a crane. How did they do it without cranes? Yeah, sure, they might have used ropes and pulleys, etc. But it wasn't easy to do. But to do it with super precision is unbelievable. A lot of the blocks that they built together, able to put a razor blade in between them. They are that tight, thousands of years later. And they've kept that beyond earthquakes, beyond hurricanes, beyond sandstorms, beyond everything. They haven't moved. It's impressive. From an engineering point of view, it's impressive. How sure am I that they are power creation structures? Well, when you go into the heliocentric argument for the spherical Earth, Occam's razor always comes up at some point. It comes up regularly. Razor is, if it looks like a dog and it sniffs like a dog and it shits like a dog, it's probably a dog. Well, all the evidence in this instance all points to something specific. None of the evidence points towards tombs. There is very little evidence to support tombs bar one pyramid that was racked to the ceiling, metaphorically speaking, with dead bodies. But when you look into those dead bodies that were all in that tomb, they were all contaminated with, I can't remember, it was either the plague or the scurvy or something. There was something wrong with all of them people that died, and they were put in there for quarantine. That's it. But they weren't essentially used as tombs. And the one pyramid that did have the tombs in was one of the pyramids that was never completed. Is that really the evidence that you're going to accept that they are tombs? So ultimately, when you apply Occam's razor, it's obvious that they did something. It's obvious that they were built for a purpose. It's obvious that they're not tombs. Why would you attract positive ions from the atmosphere by creating negative charged ions and collecting the ions through granite shafts? Why would that be done if there was something to do with bodies? There's no blood smears running down the granite chambers. They're polished. The precision machines that have been used to create them. Somebody's excavated all that sand to get deep into the earth to put them chambers in. They wouldn't do that if they were tombs. They would just bury them in the desert and let natural processes erode the bodies away. Every tomb that was built, Tutankhamun's, all the pharaohs, any of the pharaohs, they were always hidden. They were never overt on the atmosphere. They were hidden. They were booby-trapped. They were lined with all the gold and all the perceived wealth that the relative pharaoh had at the point of death, because they believed they could take it with them into the afterlife. None of this has been found inside any of the pyramids at all, bar one. And even then, there was no gold, there was no silver, there was no valuables. It wasn't booby-trapped. The pyramids aren't booby-trapped. That's a key point against them being tombs. Science itself falls into two branches. The first branch of science is real science. It's based on empirical evidence. The second form of science is pseudoscience, which is based on evidence, but nobody can validate its authenticity. So it effectively becomes a religion in my eyes, because nobody else can verify it. It's not repeatable, it's not verifiable. But the pyramids is an example of empirical science, real science, stuff that you can research your own self, discover your own facts. And when you do look into it, if you do look into it to see whether or not I'm talking bullshit, Bear in mind that you need to look round the subject from more than one source. Don't accept it from the first website. Read round it. Look what everybody else says about it. If 2 or 3 people report the same information, it's usually true. If you get one person that's pissing in the wind, he's probably doing just that. The consensus is usually where the truth lies. And all of the points I've made, you can find easily yourself by researching. I've deliberately not referenced a lot of the work. That's to create and to stimulate critical analysis of my work. And all I'm going to respond by saying it is, look into it yourself. All of it is there. It's all researchable. You find the answer by joining the dots. When you realize and then you compare and contrast the pyramids against Tesla's tower, you realize that there is a direct connection. All of the facts point to one thing. All of the evidence points to one thing. It doesn't point to tombs. It's the fact that they collect the negative ions from the aquifers. They transport them into the king's chamber where they conduct the electricity, the positive ions from the atmosphere, and then the magic happens itself. How it works, no one knows. It's believed to be the Ark of the Covenant. Some people say it's the Ark of the Covenant, which is the insides of the king's chamber. I don't know whether that's true or not. I've heard so many interpretations of the Ark of the Covenant. But what I do know is where you join negative ions with positive ions, you create power. That's what the pyramids did. It's demonstrably true. You can literally check it yourself. All of it, everything I've said in here, they were built by the people for the people. They had the manpower to be able to do this. They didn't need to pressure people into doing it. They knew that the technology worked. There was no dishonesty. There was no pseudoscience involved. All of the evidence from the pyramids is there for you to look at and for you to form your own opinions. Ultimately, does it support anything to do with the tombs? No. Let's just explore the maths for a minute, like all good bullshitters. Everybody seems to turn to maths to prove or disprove a particular viewpoint. Well, let's look at the reality is on that top formula. If I told you this was the formula that proved that the pyramids are power plants, could go along and debunk the maths. But the reality is you can use a mathematic formula because we can calculate what happens if you mix positive ions with negative ions. And we can do this easily. We all did it in high school. And if we didn't, then I'll explain it later on. Because I'm going to allow Alex to come back with some points that he's going to say. But does maths really prove anything? No. Maths doesn't prove anything. It may explain certain scenarios, but it proves nothing. All it proves is that the maths itself works, that the formula itself works. But does maths prove anything? No. I recently did the experiment that showed that Blackpool Tower should fall right behind the curvature of the Earth at 30 miles. And the maths proved it. But when I did the observation, Blackpool Tower was freestanding on the horizon, and it shouldn't even be there. So on the one hand, you could argue that maths does prove stuff, but you can equally argue that maths proves nothing. All maths proves is that the maths itself works. Back to the original observation. Tomb? Let's play devil's advocate for a moment. If it was a tomb, why is there not more chambers where they put more bodies? Surely you would compartmentalize the insides of the pyramid, put a wall as the edge, and you would use that as a wall. You would subdivide all of the insides into partitions, and there would be compartmentalized partitions, just like what you would expect to see in a morgue or in a graveyard. If you were to take a cross-section of a graveyard, you would just see coffin after coffin after coffin after coffin all the way around the graveyard. We don't see that there. Inside the pyramids, there's no secret chambers. There's no gold, no silver, apart from the cathode, the electrode at the top. There's no wealth in there. It's clear that there's some kind of mechanical process involved in these pyramids, and that's the proof of it there. You can read around this topic. You can look at all the pyramids. They've all got the same structure or design at hand. Why? Why did he do it? Really? Bodies? Sure, believe that if you want. It's the easy answer. But the reality is, it's not the truth. Look at the evidence. Look at all the points that all the pyramids are made of. Why are they there? The evidence is there for you to look at. You can interpret the evidence yourself. I don't need to persuade you of anything. Yeah, it might be the mainstream accepted science that they were tombs, but science also says that we spin on our own axis and orbit the sun. That's just bullshit as well. When you look into it, you realize science says that evolution is true. When you look into it, you realize it yourself. Look at the evidence. It tells you a story. We know that we were here for more than 6,000 or 8,000 years. Science tells us that we were only here for 6,000 or 8,000 years. It's bullshit. Look at the evidence yourself. Does it really look like they were tombs? Sure, believe them if you wish. The reality is, they were there for a purpose. All of the facts point towards ionization. On that note, I'll finish. I'm going to have something to eat. Alex can now he can take over and he can start going through. I'll stick myself on mute for a while. Alex, I can put this back to the beginning if you wish.
Yeah, that would be nice. But I actually don't want to argue anything why you're not here. So
no, I'll be here. I'll be here, but I'll be on mute.
You'll be here.
I'll be here, but I'll be on mute so I can have something to eat. So
okay,
do what you want. I'll be here. I won't be gone.
Yeah, but I can't do a 30-minute presentation because every single point I'm going over with you, I need your answers.
Sure.
So,
all right, that's fine. Well, in that case, just allow me to eat my dinner whilst we do it, and that's fine.
Yeah, okay, that's not a problem. Okay, first of all, thanks for your presentation, and I think I need a third hand to facepalm right now. Let's start from the beginning, okay?
Yeah, go.
Okay. I think the point that you're trying to make about ionization, I have one single question that sums it all up. What's the problem with it? First of all, which ions?
Both. Positive and negative.
What do you mean by both? You realize that there are not only one type of positive and one type of negative ions, right?
Sure.
Okay, which ones?
Ionization is the process of ionization.
You have to think about that the chemistry of the different types of ions is different. Yes. So I'm asking you, in order for the electricity generation, which ions? Because that's relevant.
The only ions you need for the creation of electricity is positively charged ions and negatively charged ions. Nope. Would you like me to demonstrate?
Nope. Because, for example, let's say, for example, sodium chloride is made of both positive and negative ions. Does it generate electricity by its own? Nope.
Well, we know that if you use salt water compared to normal water, electricity passes through salt water far more conductively than it does through fresh.
Yes.
So the answer to your question is yes.
It's no, because there's a difference. You're talking about the conducting of electricity, but to generate electricity, you have to get the electrons out of the different ions. You have to have an oxidation and a reduction process, and that's why I'm asking you which ions. Because, for example, the chloride ions, Cl1- doesn't do anything.
You need positively charged ions and negatively charged ions to be attracted towards each other.
Yes, and then they form a salt and do nothing.
No, they don't. They get once you create electricity, you create. I'll show you. Do you remember do you know what a Van de Graaff generator is?
Yes.
Explain for those that don't.
It's a sort of band generator where you have a rotating band that is. You have two metal plates or metal circles or metal balls, and when moving it, you separate the positive from the negative charges.
Can you still see my screen? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
All right. This is just. I mean, you can all do this yourself. You don't need me to prove or convince you of otherwise. The Van de Graaff generator is a small, easy to understand concept that we all seen in school, and if we didn't see it in school, I'll explain it to you. But in essence, they create a friction charge through a belt, which literally charges the look at the conductor at the top.
Yes.
There's positive ions created by the friction caused by the belt.
Yeah. Okay, let's go with positive ions.
And then you use the negatively charged sphere. That's the hand. That's the I don't know whether you want to call it a wand or whatever you want to call it. And when you get that into a close enough proximity, a small charge discharges like lightning. Now, the longer you allow it to grow, the charge, the more that this discharge becomes potent. If you leave it long enough, you can make a big charge. And these can create many, many thousands of volts. And this is evidence.
No, because you don't understand what an ion is. Here in this case, we're talking about conductive materials. In this case, probably iron. So it's no problem to charge parts of iron negatively, but it's not an ionization process, because the iron atoms. What?
So do you disagree that that's a reflection of ionization?
Yes, that's not ionization. Ionization would be, for example, the reaction of ammonia with hydrochloric acid, where you get ammonium chloride ions.
This is exactly
ammonium and chloride ions.
This is exactly ionization consistent
and
exactly matching the pyramids. Yes, it is, because we create positive.
Can you define what an ion is?
It doesn't have to. Right. It just needs to be a positively charged ion. It doesn't matter what the ion is. It just needs to be
define for me what an ion is.
I don't need to.
Yes.
It's evidentially shown.
No,
I don't.
Because I don't think you understand what an ion is. Please define ion for me so I can check if you understand it correctly.
I don't need to. I'm not a physician. All I need to show is that there were positive ions there.
First of all, you wouldn't have to be a physician, but a chemist. But if you don't understand what an ion is, and you don't seem to understand what an ion is.
I don't need to understand what an ion is.
Yes,
all I need to know is that there were positively charged ions in the atmosphere. That's it. Point closed.
No, because you're showing me this band generator, and there's not a case of ionization going in there.
Of course it is.
No.
We generate, in this instance, we generate both of the ions ourselves.
No, it's not an ionization process. You move the electrons. I agree you have a charge separation, but that does not equal an ion separation. God.
I'm not saying it's suggesting it's a separation. I'm saying that we're generating the ions that are needed to prove electricity.
Do you agree that if you have a neutral piece of iron in this case, and you separate the charges, that, or if you start off with a neutral piece of iron, and then the one thing becomes positively charged and the other thing becomes negatively charged, you have a charge separation? Do you agree?
Do we agree that? Sorry, I misheard what you said. Repeat the question.
If we have a neutrally charged and not charged object like this band generator, and now we start it up, and the one side becomes positively charged and the other side becomes negatively charged, is that a charge separation?
Yeah, of course. You're artificially manufacturing a separation of the charge in exactly the same way the pyramids did.
Great. Is the charge, let's say, solid? No, solidly is the wrong word. Is the charge directly bound to the single atoms?
I don't know. I don't need to know that. All I know is that if there is separation of the charges, they attract each other.
You have to know the difference, because
it's an irrelevant point.
No, it's not an irrelevant point, because you're trying to define the movement of ions and the movement of electrons as the same thing, and it's not.
No, I said if you have positively charged ions, regardless of what they are, against negatively charged ions, regardless of what they are, you create electricity. It's a well-known. It's a well-known fact that the Van de Graaff generator proves. I don't see a problem.
No, you don't have any ions in the Van de Graaff generator. You don't. All you have
create the ions.
Yes, no. You create charge, but you do not create ions, because the electrons. Wait.
What do you think? What charge is the sphere at the top? The electrode. What charge is
positively, that? The one side is positively charged and the other one is negatively charged. But an ion,
what's it charged with?
Wait. An ion is a particle where the charge is sitting, where it's connected to the atom. The charge cannot jump around. But in this case, where we have conducting materials, then in this case, positive and negative charges can move between the different atoms, and that's why it's not an ionization process.
The pyramids were conductive.
No.
The pyramids were conductive.
That's the next thing. First of all, you have to understand the difference between ionization and charge separation. Otherwise, you can't make the other arguments.
No, all you have to prove is that there were positive ions at one side and negative ions at the other, and that's it. Anything else beyond that, you're just all you're trying to do is deceive. You're just deceiving.
Ah, okay, I'm deceiving by not mixing up charge separation and ionization.
Absolutely.
How?
All right. So do you
Wait,
agree? Yes or no?
I'm deceiving because you don't understand the science. Is that what you're
I
trying
don't
to
need
say?
to understand science.
Yes,
The
you have
science
to.
is illustrated in that diagram.
Nope, because this is not ionization. This is charge separation.
It doesn't matter. Right. Yes or no? Do you agree that there are positive ions, positively charged ions in our atmosphere? Do you agree? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you agree? Yes or no? That the flow of running water, if you can encapsulate what comes from that, negative ions. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Do you mean it contains? Can
If you were able to,
Yes. Go on.
water creates negatively charged ions. Do you agree? Yes or no?
I just had a backdrop from the headset. Can you do it a third time? I didn't understand. The first,
Okay.
I couldn't
Do you
hear
agree?
the first part of it. Yeah. Okay. Go on.
Do you agree? Yes or no? That running water creates negatively charged ions. Yes or no?
Nope.
Okay. Go and research that point and then prove me wrong.
Nope. You're the one who's making. You're the one who's making the claim that running water is creating negatively charged ions. Agreed.
And you don't believe.
Nope.
You prove that I'm wrong.
I can't prove a negative. You're the one who's making the claim.
Just prove that running water doesn't discharge negative ions. That's all I'm asking. It's well researched. You can just Google it and it'll tell you the answer.
Okay.
In fact,
you're still screen. Yeah. Okay. You're still screen sharing. So you Google it and then we'll take a look at it. Okay.
Okay. Great. So let's go back to Google.
So for the chat, yeah, you know what's going on here.
It's going to be really simple to show. All I'm going to put in is running water negative ions. Let's just see if these two phrases are interchangeable. Do they get paired together on Google or not? That's all the evidence I'm really going to need to prove the point. Negative ions, oxygen atoms charged with an electrical selection. They are created in nature by the effects of water, air, sunlight, and the Earth's inherent radiation. Negative ions are most prevalent in natural places, particularly around moving water. So you don't agree? Do you disagree with that?
Can you click on it?
Sorry.
No, wait. Almost prevalent. You said
Perfect
create.
example.
Wait. You said create. Do you understand that in natural occurring water there are always negative and positive ions, also known as dissolved salts?
You disagree that running water creates ions. There's the proof that it does. Do you still disagree?
No, because you say create, and that's wrong. There's a difference between creating ions, that means making ions that weren't there before, and maybe having some sort of filtering effect or something. There's a difference. Do you understand that?
Right. All you're doing is arguing semantics. It says black and white.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Do you agree that, for example, let's go with the distilled water. Do you know what distilled water is?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you define it? So for the chat, so they don't know if they don't know, and I want to hear that you're right.
Well, distilled water is what they use inside car batteries. They use it because it's deionized water.
Right. Perfect.
Is that right?
That means that there are no ions in there. Right? Good. Now, do you think that if you run this water, if you have this distilled water running, you will create negative ions?
No, because it's been deionized.
Great. So you agree that there's a difference between creation and some sort of filter effect?
It's irrelevant. Nope,
it's not.
It is. I've highlighted the point that I've highlighted the point that disproves your bunkum. It says negatively charged ions are most prevalent in natural places and particularly around moving water. There's the Nile that used to run right in front of the pyramids. That or not?
I disagree with the fact that it's a creation process. It's not.
Right, that's semantics. It's irrelevant.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
So you still disagree that negative ions are generated, created, or whatever by running water? You still disagree?
If you're talking about creation, then yes. The only thing that is going to happen is that there might be some sort of filtering effect where there's a charge building up because of something. But I wouldn't be sure about it also.
All right. Do we need to go to any other websites to make the point? Because at the moment, you're still disputing that negative ions are around running water.
Yeah, can you show?
I disagree with you entirely.
Can you find it in any physics books that running water is
if I find
you'll find it? Yes.
In three independent sources, would you accept that it actually does occur?
It depends on the sources.
No, it doesn't. 3 independent sources. If they all say the same thing, does it matter?
If it's because if it's some sort of, I don't know, homeopathy side or so, then no, because they won't link their sources.
The first one was. Okay, let's see what this says.
Where consciousness meets science. Nice. The ocean and the bodies of water are interesting.
I'm just looking to see if it mentions exactly what. There we go. Forms.
Now, do they cite their material? Have they some sort of list of their sources?
Where they come from? I'm just seeing if it mentions where they come from. The force of energy to fall in splashing water causes the splitting of. There we go. That looks.
They're from Australia, obviously, because it's in the website's title. The force of energy of the
splashing water causes splitting of neutral freeing electrons, which attach to other air molecules, creating a negative charge.
Source, please.
Second website, the same thing.
Because first of all, they don't say what ions are created and how this process works.
It doesn't matter. Negatively charged. It doesn't matter what the ions are. It just says.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Let's
find
I just let all of that slide. Okay. Okay. You have the positive ions on the tip of the pyramid and the negative ions on the bottom. What happens?
Well, what do you think happens? You tell me.
It depends on the ions. Because it's if it would be, for example.
Let me re-ask the question.
Okay.
The question.
Yes.
If you have positively charged ions, and they meet, and there is a supply, would you agree that it's an attractive force to a positive ion if it knows that there are negative ions in the same area?
Yes, it's called a Coulomb force.
So if you generate the negative ions in the subterranean passageways and allow that ions to pass up through the granite chambers, which do conduct electricity, you then create in this kind of area here a negative charge, effectively known as a cathode.
It is a negative charge, but it is not a cathode.
No, but effectively becomes a cathode.
Yeah, okay, let's go with it. I let it slide as well.
You let that slide, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
But
my question remains. What happens when they come in contact with the positive ions?
Right, that is the question. You tell me. What happens when you get 2 electrons? I'll tell you.
And I already know, because I already told you, it depends on the ions. Some ions are stable. They like to be positively or negatively charged because of their electronic structure. For example, alkaline metals like to give away one of their electrons to become positively charged because and one of the electron shells in the atom is closed, and that's energetically favorable. That's just an example.
Okay, so let me show you what happens when you get positively charged ions and that meet negatively charged ions. Again, straightforward. Did you see one of these in school? Did you play with one?
Yes, and I indeed built one.
Yeah. So why?
Because it's not ions. It is not ions.
Just bear with me. Bear with me. Hold that thought. I need to get rid of the dog. 1 sec.
Get rid of the dog. Okay. Oh, that is painful.
All right, I'm back. I'm guessing you didn't hear anything then?
I didn't hear anything, no.
Great. So why would you disagree that if you match positive ions with negative ions, that electricity is formed? Why would you disagree with that? It's abundantly available information. You can all find that information, including you.
Because there's a difference of positive and negative ions coming in contact with each other with the actual current flowing. You realize that, for example, I used the example before, the usual salt that you put in your, I don't know, coffee or something. Like you don't put salt in your coffee, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. it's also made out of ions. It's made out of chloride ions and positively charged sodium ions. Does it mean that there's electricity generated?
Do you accept that seawater conducts electricity better than fresh water?
It conducts, but it does not create. There's a difference.
Well, it doesn't need to create if it's already got the ions around it. What's the problem? I don't understand what you're doing.
It doesn't do anything. The ions will be in that solution, in this case the seawater, and they won't do anything.
Yeah, that's because there's no other charge around it for it to react with.
No, that's not. It's not because there's no other charge.
Yeah, of course it is. What does the positive ions do in the atmosphere? First of all, do you accept that there are positive ions in the atmosphere?
Yeah, sure, because of ionizing radiation.
What happens if you get negative ions and you collect them and you house them in a particular area? What happens?
They form a salt and don't do anything, or they react aggressively and you get other materials.
Could you describe the process of light?
It's completely dependent on what type of ion you're talking about.
No, it's not. It's dependent on the fact that they're positively or negatively charged. Describe lightning.
No, describe lightning. What?
Describe lightning.
Lightning? Lightning is when you have a large electric field inside of clouds, and there's a point in which the electric field strength becomes so high that electrons from one part of the cloud shoot down to the earth, or it might be the other way around. I don't know. And in the channel where the electrons are flowing, the air gets heated up and forms a plasma, so it's even more conductive.
Let me make it easy for you. Would you agree with the statement that is lightning is a representation of the discharge of electricity caused by positive electrons meeting negative electrons?
Positive electrons. There's nothing like a positive electron.
So you disagree with that?
If you're talking about positive electrons, then yes, definitely yes.
So in that case, distinguish or contrast what lightning is. If it's not the same process that we're talking about here, why is lightning different?
From the bench generator?
Yeah, from the viewpoint of positively charged ions meeting negatively charged anything. How is lightning any different to this?
Because the bench generator and lightning are not about ions. They are about charges that can jump between the individual atoms.
How is that different to what we're seeing?
Because the charges in like for example in this bench generator, they can jump between the atoms. They can move. They are not bound to single atoms. While in ions, the charge is bound to the nucleus of the atom, because everything charge is that the amount of protons in the atom or in the molecule is not identical to the amount of electrons. That's all the charge is. And
so in essence, then you disagree with the proposition that positively charged ions are not attracted to negatively charged ions.
I did not say that. But there's a difference between the physical attraction of them both, which is called the Coulomb force for the chat, and the reaction that they both are might be doing when they come in contact to another. That's a different thing.
So when you say the word might, does that mean that they do or don't? Because it sounds like might maybe they do.
It depends on what kind of ions. For the third time, some ions are stable. No, they don't do anything. But some ions are unstable. They like to give electrons away or take some. For example, let's go with unstable ions. You have, for example, chromate ions. That's Cr(O4) ions. They are really good oxidizing agents, but that's not because of the charge. It's because of the oxidation state of the chromium atom in the center. Because it's a chromium 6 atom, that means that it's in oxidation state 6, and it doesn't like it. And that's why
I don't have any issue with that.
Yeah, you seem to do. You seem to do, because you don't understand, or you don't want to understand that the reaction.
I accept the
Okay.
Fine, I accept the criticism that I don't understand or don't want to understand. So what you should be saying back to me to prove me wrong is that when running water under the pyramids is generating its negative ions, it's generating the wrong kind of ions that are not conductive with positive ions from the atmosphere. That's what you should be doing.
We were already past that point. I gave that to you. My question is.
No,
my question is, what kind of ions do you have and how do they react with each other? Because that's the key point. Because if you take two sorts of ions that are stable,
I have
and
no
bring
idea,
them together, they won't do anything.
What type of ions are generated with a belt generator, a Van de Graaff generator? What type of ions are created with that? Do you know?
None.
Right,
Because
but we know that works.
Yes, but it's not ions, it's free charges. The charges, the positive charges on the one side, that is the lack of an electron in the iron atoms, and on the other side, the negative charge, that is the case when there's one electron too much in the iron atoms, it can jump between the individual atoms.
Are you disputing that the physics doesn't work? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just say you don't understand the difference between ionization and charge separation, and this is the key factor in this case. Because if you...
It's irrelevant.
No,
I don't need to
no,
understand the difference. All I need to know...
It is not.
All I need to know, show, and demonstrate is that positively charged ions are attracted to negatively charged ions, and we see it with lightning, belt generators, and the pyramids. They do the exact same thing. Tesla's tower did the exact same thing. I'm comparing 4 things there, and all you're saying is that you don't know about the ions. It's irrelevant.
You're right that the positive and negative ions attract each other. It's because of the Coulomb force. But
that creates a discharge. Agreed?
Nope. A discharge is no, because because for any discharge to happen, you have either to have lightning the electrons jump directly through, in this case, open space from the one electrode to the other, or you have when the positive and negative ions in this case come together, and then one electron jumps over. But that is totally dependent on the type of ion. You don't get a chemical reaction or an oxidation and reduction process in every case. You have to understand that.
I'm not interested in it being dependent. What I'm interested in is the physics behind it. The reality is, can you describe and contrast it with the pyramids? Not compare, contrast, because I can compare it multiple times. You contrast it, so it's exactly the same. This will be the aquifers underneath, negatively charged ions. This will be the atmosphere that is used here. It's the conductive, the capstone. So this creates the conductivity between the 2 points. Effectively, the cathode, there's the electrode. Between the two of them, boosh. Contrast that to pyramids, because it looks exactly the same.
Okay, so what you're claiming is that the positive ions will go to the capstone of the pyramid, right? Okay, great. So what happens with the charges of the positive charged ions? Will they stay in the ions, or will they jump over to the capstone?
So what you're asking me to describe is this bit here. Would you agree?
No. What I'm...
You said when... What happens when what? What was your question?
There must, in your model, there must be a point when there's some sort of positive ion that comes from the atmosphere and it touches the surface of the capstone. What happens?
Okay. This will be the point where the positive ion leaves the atmosphere. It then goes through... this hollow metal sphere in the Graaff generator is effectively the capstone of the pyramid. That's attracting the positive forces because it's charged by the negative ions, this is the subterranean tunnel. Contact with the capstone, which will be the King's chamber itself, and this is the creation of electricity in the zap. I've answered your question perfectly.
Okay, so you really think there's some sort of zap between the, to quote you, a zap between the tip of the pyramid and the bottom of the pyramid through the...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, then what is that zap made of? It's moving electrons, right?
Itself is the discharge of positive ions into the negative ions.
Okay, so you're claiming that the ions themselves are not just the charges move through the stone. There's a difference.
The charges move through the stone.
The charges are do the charges move or do the ions move? Because there's a difference. Because the positive ions might discharge, and they're taking up one electron, and therefore there must be an electron coming from the bottom of the pyramid up. So you have a current of electrons flowing from the bottom of the pyramid to the top of the pyramid. What do you know what the difference is? Yeah, let's do it differently.
Okay, so
can you draw a model of the circuit that's going on there?
Why do we need to draw a model when I'm showing it graphically exactly how it works? I'll explain it to you using this picture because this is the best picture. The aquifer itself, this layer of stone underneath, the yellow layer of stone, is the aquifer itself. Through the aquifer runs running water. It's a continuous charge caused by the Nile itself passing by the front. Notice that these are all built on a line. This is consistent with where the Nile used to run. Piers or jetties that used to go directly into them. There's evidence of this. You can look it up yourself for your own validation and verification. When there's running water, it creates a negatively charged ion that the granite uses as basically a wire, and it carries the negatively charged ions.
Okay,
into the limestone.
That's everything I wanted to know. You're claiming that the ions themselves move. The ions themselves move from the bottom of the pyramid into the whatever it's called, King's chamber or whatever.
I claim the granite chambers conduct the ions, the negative ions, and effectively it forms a wire. That's effectively what it does in this. Go on.
But you know that wires don't transport ions. Wires transport electrons. You're aware of that, right?
How is that even relevant?
It is relevant because, to put it simply, it's hard to move ions through stone. Because stone is a crystalline system, it's a solid, and it's hard to move ions through a solid.
So therefore, the question then becomes, do you disagree that granite is conductive of electricity, yes or no?
Yes, completely. First of all, it's completely an insulator or isolator for electrons, and because it's a crystalline material, such as most stones, some are amorphous, but that's another point. It's hard to push ions through it.
Just to be clear, just clarify this. Do you think, or do you maintain that granite does not conduct electricity? Is that your position?
Yes. Well.
Okay.
Wait. Stop. It's a false dichotomy, because they are perfect isolators and they are perfect conductors, and granite might not be a perfect isolator, but it's very close to it.
It's not an isolator; it's a conductor. Let's just check what you're saying and let's see if it's true.
Okay. Can you look it up in the table for example, what's a good example? Yeah, let's say a table
I'll do a basic Google search with the word granite conductivity.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Neither thermal nor hydraulic conductivity. Electrical properties of granite, perfect.
Right, there you go. The electrical conductivity of sandstone, limestone, and granite. Coincidentally, that's exactly what the pyramids were made of.
Okay, whatever.
You pick one. If you see one that you want us to pick up.
Yeah, take the second one, because it looks like it will be a peer-reviewed one. So let's take this one.
It looks like it'll be a peer-reviewed one.
Yeah, because it's on wiley.com.
But let's go with it anyway.
Ah, perfect. Geophysical Journal International. That's perfect. The electrical conductivity of cylindrical. Yeah. Tap water.
The fact that they're using it to conduct electricity means that it is conductive.
Everything is conductive. The question is just how much.
It's the fact that is it conductive or not? Because they've got the materials that they've got at the time to do what they need to do.
No.
So if they find a more
jumping to conclusions. You're jumping to conclusions. You say it's conductive because it has to be conductive to fit your proposition. That's what you,
right.
That's what you just did.
No, it is conductive, and it just so happens to fit my model. I'm not going to refer to it as my model because that just makes it sound like it belongs to me.
You just said it's a question whether or not it's conductive, and it's conductive because my proposition, or in this case your proposition. That's what you said.
No. The only question I ask is there a more conductive material in abundance in that area? And the answer would probably be no. Otherwise, they'd have used it.
Actually, yes. There will be a more conductive material.
There will be, or there is.
Yeah, there probably is in Egypt. I mean, there was at their time as well. Did they use metal tools? They probably did, right? Does anybody know in the chat if whether there are metal tools found in Egypt? I mean, they had gold plating, so they knew about metal. So yes, they had a better conductivity.
They may well have been better conducting, but granite itself conducts electricity. I can't dispute that because it's. Let's see what this says. The temperature dependence of the electrical conductivity for granite. So granite itself is conductive. How
yes,
much?
But the matter is, the question is how much.
Well, maybe they used it.
Hector 919. Yeah, he thinks they had copper tools because copper is a nice conductor. So yeah,
they may, but they've never found any tools, as far as I'm aware, in any of the areas where any of the pyramids were built. There are no tools.
Challenge to the chat. Whoever can find any peer-reviewed article that reviews copper or iron tools in the proximity of the Giza Pyramids, let's say 2,000 years in every direction from time direction.
Just find any evidence that they used metal at all. The only thing that we know that they did use was electrolysis. But let's find out.
But that's a different thing. Electrolysis is not hard.
It is. No, I agree. But the fact that they used it is, or we believe that they used it, is an issue. But nonetheless, yeah, let's get the chat to find any evidence to support the notion that there was metal in abundance in the middle of the fucking desert where there's sand everywhere. Don't be ridiculous. They may have had small amounts of it, but they needed to get a lot of it.
No.
And there's not an abundance of metal in the middle of the desert.
No.
How you word it.
Because if you find a conductor that is good enough, you won't need much of it.
Well, you would, because you still need to get into the. You need to still get into the aquifer. That's deep underground. You can't.
You just said you are already in the aquifer. You dig down there and then you're in the aquifer. That's what you said.
Yeah, but you have to get down there with the conductive material.
Yes.
So let's say you
mean like a copper?
Let's just say that there is a in use. They've not used cable anywhere in the pyramids. The only cables that are in there are what we've put in there most recently to generate light. Why is that?
Great. Because
how did they get the way around the pyramids?
Because they didn't use them for the generation of electricity.
They had to, because how else would they get around there? There's no evidence of soot marks anywhere in the pyramids.
Of what? Evidence of what?
Soot marks in the pyramids. They didn't use flaming torches to get round. If you look at all the pyramid inscriptions, they all show what looks like a light bulb, and that's some charge just by holding it.
Can you show it? What do you think is a light bulb?
Well, yeah, bear with me.
Okay, great. Oh, my brain hurts.
Let's go back here. Hieroglyphics. Shit, I need to get her. If we can get that hieroglyphic sorted. How do you spell hieroglyphics? There you go.
There's an E missing. Yeah. Right.
See if we can see any evidence of what I'm saying. This is abundantly available, by the way, guys. You can all look this up. You don't have to rely on me.
Yeah, the first thing is pyramid power plant debunked. Nice.
One can debunk anything by saying stuff they want. For instance. There you go. That's the depiction of what's going on with the pyramids when they're generating.
You think there's some sort of light bulb?
I know there's some sort of light bulb because it's all referenced inside the pyramids. Now look at this. I don't know what this is about. This looks like he's. Maybe that's not a good example. But what is this? Bulb could work. Have you seen the? Have you seen the Tesla sat in the middle of the generator that he created, and he's holding light bulbs and it illuminates?
Yes.
This is what they're effectively doing. They're sat in the middle of the room in the area, and they're using their own body to create the power. They're passing the power through their own body. I don't necessarily know what this means, but that kind of does look like a.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know what it is either, but I don't think it's a light.
Well, I mean, teams have proven that this form of light bulb could work. teams have proven, I don't know who these teams be, but if it's proven that the light bulbs could work, the Baghdad battery played a big role in this. Research it yourself. Look into it. The Baghdad battery is not used anymore, but it was used back then. They've got evidence that proves it.
Yeah, but do you actually know how much electricity you would get out of one Baghdad battery?
Well, if you were carrying it mobile, it wouldn't make any difference. It'd only need to be a small amount.
Yeah, what do you need it for? That's the question. Because if you're claiming that they used it for something, then the question is, what was its purpose? What did they use it for? Maybe
to store power locally.
Yeah, what for? Because if you're storing power, you're storing it to do something with it later, right?
They used power. They used electricity. So you don't think that they used electricity at all?
What electrical device do you think they used?
Proof of time travel. I don't know what that. I just clicked on this. Rare hieroglyphics show electrical light bulbs are proof of time travel. I don't necessarily agree with that. Proof of time travel.
Not necessarily. Okay, so you might think that it might be correct, right?
Well, I don't think time travel is possible myself.
Okay, great. That's something.
Yeah, not in life anyway. Maybe in death. Come on, why is my machine going so slow?
Someone in the chat just sent me something about what you think is the light bulbs. I just read it. The view of Egyptologists is that the relief is a mythological depiction of a jet pillar and a lotus flower spawning a snake within, representing aspects of Egyptian mythology.
Sorry, the dog was crying at me. I had to get rid of the dog. I missed what you last just said then. But if you take issue with the element of the light bulbs, fine. I can agree to disagree with that. There's lots of evidence that shows this to be an element of truth to it. They did create electricity in the pyramids. They did use the bulbs to light the way around. They didn't set fire to torches doused with paraffin to light the way around. There is no soot marks on the inside of the pyramids. How did they get round to see what they were doing?
What is the question?
I can agree to disagree with you on the
yeah, okay, but the second part.
There's a lot of evidence that proves that they did use the light bulbs. They have to get around them pyramids in some way if they're if they're putting bodies in there.
Yeah,
how are they going to do that without burning some kind of fuel? And there's no evidence of it whatsoever.
Yeah, with torches, for example.
Yeah, torches powered by what?
By let's say something like grease or fat, something that you gain from animals.
But there's no evidence whatsoever of any form of soot marks or in anywhere of the chambers or any part of the pyramids. It's not supported.
Okay, so what?
Well, they didn't set fire to something.
That does not automatically mean that they used light bulbs instead. You have to actually prove that they did.
No, but it does mean that they didn't set fire to something to use as a fuel, because otherwise there would be burnt marks. There would be carbon deposits on the insides of all over the place of the pyramids.
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, there would. Next point.
Okay. Let me just. Just going through your presentation, I actually printed it out. I write some notes on it. Yeah, that is just a semantics thing. But in the beginning, you said that that the pyramids are clearly a structure. But I don't think why you're making an argument, because of the tomb would also be a structure. So why are you doing it?
Because it illustrates what would the purpose of the structure be.
Yes, okay. But there's
why
no
would
need
a tomb have a subterranean? Explain to me, if you believe that the tombs, why would the tombs have two subterranean chambers that happen to run into an aquifer on all occasions, on all the pyramids, all the time? They all go into the aquifer. Why would they do that if it was a tomb?
Yeah, first of all, because they settled where water was available, so it's likely that there's an aquifer below them. So that's not a problem.
Oh, so the aquifer is coincidence.
It's a result of the fact that the area where they lived had to be some sort of it had to have a water source, so they settled where the water was anyway.
So you're saying it's coincidence?
I don't think it's coincidence. It's just the other way around that you're thinking it happened. They were there because there was an aquifer there, and not the other way around. They didn't go there because.
So what you're saying is that the fact that they built a chamber into the aquifer has no purpose. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that they built it there because they were there anyway.
No,
And they were there because there's the Nile, and the Nile produces the aquifer. That's what I'm saying.
All right, that addresses why they may build the pyramid there, because it's built on the water, and
okay, great.
But what? Yeah, okay, I accept that point. But why would they build the subterranean passage into the aquifer?
Because
what purpose would it serve in relation to tombs?
Simple. Because before they built tombs, they built some sort of rectangular stone building that was called I have it somewhere. Give me a second. Right, a master bar. And
yeah,
they were just they looked like the bottom part of the pyramid, just I don't know, maybe 5 to 10 meters full of stone, and then they would just stop, like they had to cut away the 90% of the top of the pyramid. And they also had their the chambers where they would bury the tombs. They had them already below the master bars because it's easier to. Yeah.
Right. So in a barbled kind of way, you've kind of given me an answer which I didn't really understand, other than they used them. Right.
Okay.
The bottom line is,
let's go for tradition, because the buildings they built before pyramids that were used as tombs.
All right. Let's just say let's say someone dies.
Yes.
Wait. Let's say somebody dies and you're in the middle of the desert. Is it easier just to dig a shallow grave with your hands that takes 30 seconds and you put the body in it and then put the sand back on it? Is that easier to do than doing what they've gone to here?
Agreed, it's easier to do, but it's not. You realize that the master bars and later the pyramids were not built for everyone, right? Those were for the kings.
Well, they were built for everyone. That's why everybody built them. But
no,
anyway,
they were built by almost anyone. They had to have large. Yes.
Who were they built by? Who were they built for?
They're kings.
All right. So what evidence have you got that shows that they were kings? They were built for the kings?
Because basically all the Egyptian hieroglyphs show it. They basically depict the kings and their queens in the rare instances as gods. So if they died,
that's complete bullshit. That's complete bullshit. You either need to prove that or back down, because all the hieroglyphics show is the creation and the building of the pyramids, and they show what they were being used for.
Okay, that's
why. That's why the hieroglyphics are claimed to be unintelligible. No one knows what they mean, but actually it shows the story of the creation, the building, and the use of the pyramids, and nobody accepts it.
Okay.
Okay.
Pharaoh in Egyptian and mythology. Ancient history encyclopedia. What source do you want?
I don't care. You proved the point about hieroglyphics. You need to screen share, or do I need to stop? Or what?
I already stopped. You should be able to see my screen now. Wait.
Great. Yeah, I can.
Okay. So. Okay. Great. This is from Wikipedia, so we just check the sources of Wikipedia for
the reliable source that it is.
Yeah, we check the sources of Wikipedia, the source that Wikipedia cites as its source. Okay.
What was your search term at the top? What did you search for?
Pharaoh in Egyptian mythology. That's all. Pharaohs. Okay. I don't know how to write it in English.
Okay.
Okay. Divine Pharaoh. I just copy the link into the chat so everybody can check it. Okay, great. Can you read it? Because,
Egyptians have long debated. Egyptians have long debated the degree to which the pharaoh was considered a god. It seems most likely that the Egyptians were viewed royal authority itself as a divine force. Don't disagree with that. Although the Egyptians recognized that the pharaoh was human and subject to human weaknesses, viewed him as a god because the divine power of kingship was incarnated in him as an intermediary between Egypt's people and the gods.
Okay, stop. We'll just later take a look at source 29, okay?
He was key to upholding Marat, however you pronounce that.
I think it's maintaining, or Ma'at or something, I don't know.
Both by maintaining justice and harmony in human society and by sustaining the gods with temples and offerings. For these reasons, he oversaw all state religious activity.
Okay, source 13.
However, the pharaoh's real-life influence and prestige could differ from that depicted in official writings and depictions. And beginning in the late New Kingdom, his religious importance declined drastically. Would you like me to continue?
I think it's enough. Okay.
Before we go up to 29, do me a favor. Before we go to point 29, open up a new window. And now Google search for Tutankhamun's tomb.
What?
And then click images. I don't know how you spell Tutankhamun. It's not easy to spell, so I don't mind if you get it wrong. Yeah. Tutankhamun's tomb.
Yeah, I know about it.
And then, so then click the pictures. Oh, so you've gone into Wikipedia. Yeah, click pictures. Now, firstly, can you see how it's compartmentalized?
Yes.
Do you agree that the tombs were often booby-trapped significantly?
By booby-trap, you mean that they were hidden, or that they had some sort of traps or something in them?
Well, I was getting to the hidden bit next, but yeah, booby-trap means that they were set with traps.
Okay, so...
Whoa, hang on, wait.
Do I think that there were some sort of death traps in Egyptian tombs?
Let me start again. Can you see, do you agree that they were compartmentalized?
Yes.
All the evidence is there, yeah. Do you agree, yes or no, that the tombs themselves were booby-trapped?
I don't agree, no. Because for the simple reason that the only completely intact tomb that we found, which was of Tutankhamun, and it was closed inside. It had still the original seal. And there were... Yeah?
Said the only found, what did you say? The only tomb that we found
that still had its original seal, so we can estimate or guess that it was never opened by some sort of grave diggers or something.
Right. The reason why they were all booby-trapped is because they believed when they died they were able to take all their riches with them. That's why they were all laced with gold, all of the precious stones, metals on the inside. So they took they believed that they took all the wealth with them, and to stop people from stealing them, tomb raiders, they literally booby-trapped the tomb, so that once they were set...
Source, please.
Source?
Yes, show that there were booby traps.
Right, okay. Right, you're sharing, so you may as well do it. Just type in the top search box, Pharaoh's tombs booby traps. Phrase Tomb Raider. Not Lara Croft, but Tomb Raiders in general, because people went looking for tombs of the pharaohs to steal all the gold.
Do ancient Egyptian tombs really contain? Nope. Booby traps? No, but they did have some anti-theft countermeasures. It says directly booby traps? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, booby trap is any anti-theft countermeasure.
No.
Why they booby trap them
No. Wait. You just said that booby traps are some sort of death traps or something that would literally kill or stop somebody from getting there. But there's a difference between actually having a trap and some sort of, I don't know, cement block or something just to stand in the way of the intruder.
No. Let me explain what I said and what I meant by it, just so that you're clear.
Okay, great.
They had tomb raiders back in the days. They were known as bandits or tomb raiders. They stole everything that was in there. That's why all the tombs were concealed, hidden, and they weren't easy to find.
Yeah, great.
Would they bury the pharaohs in the pyramids? Are massive structures.
Yeah, because
and then not booby trap or hide them.
Yeah, because there was a different mentality behind it. Obviously.
Really? What was that? Obviously, yeah. How is it obvious, and what was the mentality?
Yeah, the mentality was that this is our living God who is going to die someday, and we want to build him a monument. That's it.
Okay, let's accept that.
Yeah, that's happened later in history as well.
Fine, let's accept that. But why would they not booby trap it? Why would they not try and preserve the gold that they all believed when they died they took with them? Why would they not do that?
First of all, I don't know if there were... Wait. First of all, I am not sure if after during the burial process there were any valuable goods inside the pyramids. I have no idea.
There was nothing of value inside the pyramids apart from the what was inside the king's chamber.
I don't know.
There was no precious...
I don't know if during the time when they built the pyramids they also stuffed valuable goods inside together with the corpses of the pharaohs. I have no idea. And
there
that's
was
not
nowhere
relevant.
to put them. Any precious goods, because they weren't built with compartments. They were built
Yeah,
with tunnels that were very narrow.
great. Okay, great. If there's nothing valuable in there, then why should they booby trap it?
Exactly. So therefore, it can't be a tomb.
No.
Absolutely.
Nope. Because.
Right.
Just because the
Let's go back to my screen.
Okay, great.
Let's go back to my screen. How do I do it?
I just have to. Whoa. I have to right click on you. Okay.
I think. Am I sharing now? Can you see my screen?
Yes. No, not yet. You have to screen share manually again. So on the left side, there's this.
Oh, sorry, I thought I had.
This monitor symbol with a green.
Yeah, I got it. I'm on it.
Okay, great.
Screen.
Yeah. Maybe you should close the Google Hangout thing because there's some sort of infinite
Can you see my screen?
I think. Yes.
Okay, now there's loads of evidence of this. This is not something that I've just cherry picked. You can look it up yourself. All of the tombs, they all had grand, massive entrances. There was access to them that was not guarded. It was guarded by guards in terms of protecting the tombs. I mean, look at how obnoxious this is. This is not
protected by guards, therefore not needing any booby traps.
Yeah, but the reality was, where would they put them? Because they weren't compartmentalized inside the chambers.
Yeah, so what?
Anywhere to create where was the wealth? There was no wealth in them.
Wait. At the I think it's page 11. Can you go to page 11 of your script, please?
Sure. I think that would be it.
Yeah, great. There's this in the drawing. There's this granite plug, and there's this check valve. What you claim to be a check valve. How do you know that was not a countermeasure for intruders? Because it looks like one. It looks like something that can be activated once and then not put back again.
Because it's filled with water. Are you expecting them to scuba dive into there?
How do you know it was filled with water?
Directly connected to the aquifer. Water went the weight of the Nile pushed it up to some degree. I don't know. But the weight of the Nile will push the water up to some degree. I mean, it shows it there in blue.
The weight of the Nile will push the water. So you're claiming that the lower part of the hallways inside the pyramid was always underwater?
I don't know. I wasn't there. All I do know is that made of granite. Granite conducts electricity, and running water conducts.
Actually, it doesn't. Granite doesn't conduct electricity. How did we get away from this? You were showing
I proved it on 3 separate occasions, and we moved on to it because
everything you did was reading. Yeah, everything you did was reading the title, and they say it's proof, and then go on to the next point. But you actually have to show that the conductivity is significantly higher, at least, than the one of the limestone.
Right. It doesn't. If 2 or 3 people make reference to it, it means it's true.
No. What the fuck? No. Just because 2 or 3 people made references to the Bible, does that mean the Bible is true? No.
For the purposes of this discussion and the time constraints that we've got, that's all I need to do to show that granite does conduct electricity, and that's the reason why it was there. It's not coincidence that they built it into an aquifer. That's the key problem. Why would they build it into an aquifer?
Because they were already there. Because they settled there. How much more can I explain it?
They are all built on aquifers.
Yeah, because...
Is that coincidence?
Yeah, because the Egyptians were living in the Nile area, which is... Because there's a huge river, there must be some sort of underground water. Or some sort of... Yeah, what?
You're saying it's totally coincidence?
First of all, I don't know how much pyramids there are. But assuming that they built their tombs where they lived, then yes. Because they wouldn't live anywhere where there's no water around.
I don't mind if you believe it's coincidence. But the problem you've got is that Tesla also built his tower on an aquifer.
Yeah, so what?
And structurally, they are structurally they are comparable. Let me go back to the relevant slide. For example,
why isn't then there no direct connection between the lower part of the pyramid, the stuff that's under your water level that you claim, and the king's chamber? There should be some sort of direct connection. Why isn't there?
A direct connection between which 2 points?
between the king's chamber and the bottom of the pyramid where you have the water flow.
Are you taking the piss? You don't think there's a direct connection? I mean, there's the direct connection would be the granite lined chambers that went under the subterranean chambers.
Yeah, but why should they build it that way? Why not directly?
Because it conducts electricity.
Yes, I understand that they would build it out of the conducting material, but why wouldn't they go straight up from the aquifer? Why would they make this sort of curve?
I don't know. Design.
Why? It's useless.
It's a shallow gradient. It must conduct electricity better if you do that in a shaft. I don't know.
Fuck! Do you really think that,
right.
that the direction of a cable is irrelevant to what is?
I have no idea.
I'll
answer that by asking you. I'll answer that by asking you, why did Nikola Tesla build his aquifer immediately over an aquifer? If they're not connected and it's coincidence, why did he do the exact same thing and then use the power that his tower created and blow fuck out of the power plant that was in his region and claim it was an accident?
Okay, first of all, where is
Look
the
it up
tower?
if you don't believe me.
Where is the tower?
Where is it? What do you mean?
Location. What is the location of the tower? Google
it. Look it up. Where isn't it Wardenclyffe in the area?
Wardenclyffe Tower.
So Nikola Tesla accidentally, it's claimed, blew up his own power plant in his own village or his own town. He did it accidentally.
Okay, it's according to Wikipedia, it's on Long Island, so it's United States. The question is, where was his usual working place? Because
he was an immigrant to America, wasn't he?
Yes, but he was working there already.
He didn't really have a usual workplace.
First of all, Wardenclyffe's purpose in the beginning was to be a beacon, a radio signals beacon for communicating over the Atlantic. Why?
Tesla tower himself. It didn't have a previous purpose. He built it himself out of all bits of wood. But nobody supported him at the time. He built it himself, and he built it on top of an aquifer. Is it coincidence? You're going to argue it would be. But the fact is, he had a direct shaft with a spiral staircase, according to that little illustration.
Yeah,
and don't believe me. Don't believe the illustration.
Why would he build the connection between the aquifer and the tower in the shape of a staircase? Because it's the risk of frying yourself, according to you.
Well, there wouldn't be any risk of frying yourself until you made the conductivity at the top.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a bad idea to do it. Why would he do it?
No, it's not. It's benign until you allow it to be conductive. The minute he puts the condom over it, i.e. the conductive top thing that looks rather phallic, that's when there's a danger, because that creates a force that's negatively charged that attracts the positively charged ions from the atmosphere.
Can you rephrase?
He built it over an aquifer.
Because you just said, how can I say it? Rubbish again, because there's nothing like a negative force. So rephrase your last sentence so I can understand it.
So you can understand it. I think I might struggle with any language that you would understand.
It's what the fuck? It's because what you're saying was scientific nonsense.
Okay, where was my mistake?
Because there's nothing like a negative force. You just
negatively charged ions created by the aquifer. Why do you struggle with that?
That's not what I'm struggling with. You said negative force.
Right, it's a negative force. It's energy created by negative ions. It's a force.
Then it's not a negative force.
Semantics.
No, it's relevant for physics.
Yes, of course it's relevant for physics. It doesn't make any difference. Your question was, why did they not build a straight down path? Why was it on an angle? And I said, I don't know. But all I can say is it bears a striking similarity to what Tesla did with his tower. And you can see that he had a vertical shaft and he had two angled diagonal tunnels to surface.
What are they for?
Now,
what are the tunnels for?
We see the exact.
Why do you think
no idea
the tunnels are needed?
I don't know. You tell me. If you don't believe it, but you tell me why it's not needed. I don't know why they need it.
It's backwards again. You are claiming that it was used for some sort of energy energy creation or whatever you're calling it. Then you must show what the tunnels are for. I'm not the one who's claiming that the tunnels are useful for anything.
All I need to show is that there was structure involved, and it just so happens to match Tesla's pretty much exactly, done in a slightly different way, but nonetheless it's the same. Both built above aquifers. They both use negative ions created by the aquifer, although you take issue with the word created. They channeled them into the conductivity area, which is the cathode at the top, or the capstone or the electrode, that's it. And then that took the electric charges from the atmosphere, positively charged electrons, or whatever you want to call it from a physics point of view, and there involved was the creation of electricity. If you don't believe me, check Wardenclyffe's tower blowing up his own power station. He created more power than his own power station did in his area, and some people said it was an accident, but actually when you read between the lines, he did it on purpose to show that he could create more power than the own power station did, and they're involved. That in itself is just enough proof for anybody really to accept it, other than you.
Ah, great. Okay.
I mean, how can you disagree with that?
I disagree with it because there are some physical and chemical problems that, first of all, you don't seem to understand, and that are necessary to explain when you're making that claim.
Because I admit I don't need to understand them. I don't understand them. I admit it. But Nikola Tesla did.
No,
what you're saying is Nikola Tesla didn't know what he was doing.
That's not irrelevant whether Tesla understood anything or not. You're the one who's making the claim.
Of course it is. It's totally relevant.
No, because
no. All I'm saying.
Wait.
All I'm saying is.
Okay, go.
You asked me to wait. Now you're saying go.
Yeah.
I don't understand Nikola Tesla's work. I see the results of his work. I don't understand how lots of things work, but I see the results of it. I don't know how a circuit board works. I see the PC, for example, or a processor. I don't understand how a processor works. I see the result of it. The same is said of all computer stuff. I don't understand how they work. I just see the result. And everybody that listens to this conversation will agree with that. How everything works. We just know that it works. The same as the Tesla Tower. We don't know how it works, but he blew fuck out of his own power station in his own town and said it was an accident.
Yes,
you don't believe me? Look it up.
It's possible that he blew up something, but it doesn't mean that it's by the mechanism that you propose.
Because that's when he started to use his power as a weapon rather than as a tool. So ultimately,
let's go. Yeah.
Let's go.
No, I mean let's go back to the issue and not to whatever Tesla did, because this is about the pyramids.
The issue is you're saying that I need to understand how it works. I don't. I need to draw comparisons to what does work, and we know that Tesla's tower worked, and compare it to what we see. You can't say that this is coincidence or fluke. There's no chambers in there for a tomb. Where would you put the bodies? Would you roll them down the hill and hope they disappear?
I would, if it was designed for multiple bodies, I have no idea. One in the king's chamber and one at the bottom. Does it fit? Possibly. Do you know how big the chambers are?
They're not very big, no. There's videos online. You can crawl into them.
Big enough to fit a coffin inside of them?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, great. So it's suitable as a tomb?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Because it's not hidden for starters. It needs to be under the ground. It needs to be booby-trapped. It needs to be
said that it was guarded. Why should it be first of all hidden and then booby-trapped then if it was guarded all the time?
Yeah. Fucking hell, Buckingham Palace is guarded by guards. It doesn't mean that there's full of gold in there. There probably is full of gold, but you don't know why the guards were there. And the guards were only there to stop vandalism and dickheads going in doing exactly what they do now, which is graffiti and stuff and stealing stuff.
Yeah, great. But you agree that if there are guards there, then you don't need to secure it more because the guards will defend any intruders, right?
That's assuming, right. No. The guards are there to maintain the structure itself, nothing else. And we know that because
the guards are there to protect the structure by standing in front of the entrance so nobody can go inside.
But we know that because there is no gold. There is no any valuable metals in there whatsoever. No diamonds, no nothing. They do something. They're a specific structure. They're not a tomb. It's a ridiculous argument to argue that they're a tomb.
What the fuck? Okay, then go to the next page. No.
The next page?
It's 6. We were on 5, now we're on 6, okay? Go to page 6. Yes.
Go.
I can't see it on the... Yeah, okay, now. You see the diagram on the bottom left?
Yeah.
There's a giant mistake in it.
I didn't create the diagram, I stole it.
Yeah, but you're still using it to show something, okay? and
Fine.
there is an effect that is there's a problem with it that makes it physically nonsensical.
Explain.
Okay, great. Do you see that the tip of the pyramid is marked with 14,600 volts?
Well, I don't necessarily agree that it's the tip of it. It could just be what's the current that's reflected from above. But in any event, yes, I see the 14,600. You still there? Alex? I think he's dropped off again.
Hi, I'm back again. It's my stupid internet. It's my internet connection. I don't know why it does it. It's only with Google Hangouts. Skype and everything works perfectly. Only the Google Hangouts sometimes they just get interrupted, and I have no idea why.
Okay, no worries. Let's go back to this. What's the mistake? I see the 14,600.
Okay, you see the 14,600 and you see the 40,000, right?
The 40,000. No.
400,000 on the right side. It's not. It's 400,000, right? Okay.
Yeah, okay, I see that.
Yeah, I actually did the calculation because
Oh, great! You're gonna prove with maths that this is wrong. Great.
Yes.
Go on.
Because what you are claiming is there's an electric field between the bottom and the ionosphere, and it has a potential difference of 400,000 volts. That's in your diagram. So.
Well, it's not my diagram. It's just a diagram. It's a diagram I stole. But you're going to
whatever. It shows that it's totally that's a problem with the size of the pyramid here in this diagram, because if you're claiming that the difference between the ionosphere and the ground is about 70 kilometers, and the voltage difference, also now the potential difference, is 400,000 volts, that would mean that the pyramid is about 2 or 3 kilometers high, which is ridiculous.
Right, so you're going to really prove to me with maths. That's before we do.
Because I'm using math based on physics, based on laws that we can demonstrate, not the weird random integral that you're using here for some sort of reason that I don't seem to understand.
This is just to illustrate that maths is bullshit because it doesn't reflect reality, and I can prove that to you. Hang on, let me prove how maths is bullshit.
Wait. Math is a useful tool if you base it on physical laws. Do you understand that?
Yes.
For example, the Nernst equation. The Nernst equation. It's about what kind of voltage you can generate with batteries, depending on what ions, for example, are in there. And we can predict the voltages and calculate it.
Before you go into the maths, let me put the maths into context.
Okay.
Yes. I'm going to steal this example from my friend, and the guy that also uses it is I can't remember his name. The guy on Globebusters on a Sunday night. What's his name?
Don't change the topic.
Basically, imagine 3 of us are having dinner. The bill comes to 30 quid, $30, 30 euros.
Yes.
We all give £10 each.
Yes.
Okay. So we've $30 divided by the 3 people having dinner is $10. So we all pay $10. The waiter takes the 30 quid. He goes away. He comes back. He says, "Sorry guys, I've overcharged you. The meal was only 25 euros. Therefore, there's 5 euros in change." The 3 of us look at each other and go, 3 doesn't divide into 5. Give us it in euros. So he gives us €5 coins. We all take a euro each, and we give the €2 left over to the waiter as a tip. That way, we've all paid €9 each, and everything's hunky-dory. Everything's happy. Hang on, is that right? 30. So we've all paid €9 each. 9 times 3 is 27, and then the 2 quid tip to the waiter is 29. But the maths doesn't work. So where's the other math? Where's the other pound gone, or the other euro gone? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant where the euro goes. It's irrelevant. The point is, the maths proves shit.
No, the point is, I think the point is you made a mistake.
All the maths.
Because wait.
No.
You said that the total.
The total bill was 30 euros.
11.30. 30 euros.
So we all give 30 euro bill. So we all give 10 euros each.
Yes.
The waiter takes it, goes away, comes back and says the bill was literally 25 euros.
Yes.
So they give us €5 coins back, and we all take €1 each. We're left with €2. €2 goes to the waiter for a tip. So 9 times 3 is 27. Plus the 2 from to the waiter, there's 29. There's €1 missed over. The maths doesn't prove shit. All it proves is that the maths formula itself works.
Wait, just give me a second. I think you're miscalculating.
Maybe. But the reality is 9 times 3 is 27, plus the waiter's tip's 29. Where's the pound? It's irrelevant. Don't bother working it out. It's a semantical question.
No, it's not a semantical question. It's a matter of miscalculation.
No, maths proves nothing. All it proves is that the equation that you're applying works. Doesn't prove anything else.
And if it works for the case that we use it in, we can expect, at least to a certain degree, that it will work on other cases. For example, I don't have to measure every battery that I built in university for its voltage, because I can predict based on the concentrations that I can select how much voltage the output will be, and that's using equations that are known to work.
Yeah, but all you're going to do right now with regards to this illustration that isn't mine, I've stolen it, but in any event, you're going to say that mathematically it's wrong, yet mathematically it doesn't really make any difference.
I'm not saying it's mathematically wrong, I'm saying it's physically wrong. There's a difference.
It doesn't matter. It shows what's going on.
It does matter. Because if I can show that what you're trying to demonstrate does not let's say interferes, it interferes with the laws of physics, then I can show you exactly why.
Okay, go show it, but without the maths. Show the physics, but not the maths.
Yeah, for example, with the ions, which you still don't know which ones are used.
I don't need to know. I'm not an expert in ionization.
You have to, because
no, I don't. The concept is negative ions attract positive ions.
Yes, but
that's all I need to prove.
There's no moving of electrons involved in most cases. There must be an oxidation and a reduction reaction. If that doesn't happen, then there's no current flowing.
Have you not seen it? Right. So what you're saying is that you're saying that the pyramids don't create a voltage circuit. Is that what you're saying? Yes,
because there's an insulator, and there's no way that the electrons can jump from the negative ions to the positive ions.
That's bullshit. You're arguing that the physics is...
Why?
Right. What attracts positive ions?
Okay, wait, just give me a second. You understand what a reduction and an oxidation reaction are, right?
No, don't need to.
Yeah, it's in your definition, I think.
I don't need to.
Actually,
you know that saying, baffling with science?
I'm not baffling with science. I'm telling you that in order to get a current of electrons, you have to get the electrons out of the negative ions and into the positive ions in some sort. Yeah. Otherwise, there's no electricity flowing, no electrical current flowing. At least no electrons flowing.
Okay, so I want you to make a hypothesis. If you collect an abundance of negative ions, you store them in...
Which ones?
Any negatively charged ions. Alex, it doesn't make any difference.
It does. It makes a huge difference, and you don't seem to understand it, because some negative ions are stable and some aren't.
If you really want to know the answer to that question, you need to go to the running water creation of negative ions, and then you tell me what the ions are, because there's your answer. I don't know, and I don't need to know to prove the point. You need to disprove it, so you need to tell me why the creation of negative ions...
Wait, you are the one who's making the claim that this works. I'm the one who's rejecting it. You have to actually demonstrate that this works.
No, but... Okay. Bear with me. Let's go to this little link here.
Great. Wait, just give me a second. I have it on the wrong monitor.
Let me find the link that I had in here, because this basically shows it, and I don't need to understand it. All I need to show that it works. Here we go. Here we go. So hopefully this will work. Link. Right, I may have to do this. There's probably a really quick way of getting to that.
So you're showing the video of the Tesla coil?
I'm to show the video that shows that the Tesla, the pyramids work?
For the chat,
person that made
this
the video.
this will be great. I'm sorry. Wait.
It's okay. It's only 2 minutes. I'll tell you what I'm going to do while this. Is the volume high?
It's okay.
I'm going to let this play for a minute while I grab myself a quick drink. Hopefully this will play. Maybe
Okay.
not. Is it on?
For the chat, I'll just copy the link inside the chat so you can see it if there's some sort of delay or something.
Hi there.
Its age.
Edwards. And I coils or power.
Anthony, it's too laggy. I can't see anything. Frame rate and resolution are terrible.
It's power.
Yeah, microblog. So guy built a Tesla coil
Million volts.
with a wire pyramid on top of it.
Power supply. It's got make. Transformers.
Anthony? Hello?
Primary.
Twitter, okay.
The top donor capacitor, and then here's a 21-inch.
Just getting.
Okay. The point is I can't see your stuff because it's lagging all the time and we have freezes. So I'll try to play it over my side, okay? You can stop it.
So am I not sharing now?
Yeah, the frame rate is not good enough, that's all, because in the chat they won't be able to see anything.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to show it with my computer.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Can you see it?
No, not yet.
You should be able to.
No, not yet. I got that infinite window. It should be on in a
Okay,
sec.
I got that as well. Maybe you can disable your screen sharing.
Oh.
Yeah, just click on that. Yeah, right. Okay, you should be seeing black screen right now because the video is full screen.
Sure, okay.
Okay. So I hope that the audio will be transmitted as well, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's coming through.
Okay. Pyramid Man. Can the chat see it? So chat, please answer if you can see it. Can't see anything. The chat can't see anything. Yeah, I'll just give the chat, let's say 3 minutes of time so you can watch the video for yourself, okay? I'm just going to copy the link again because there seems to be something wrong with the streaming of the video. Okay, hello? Anthony? Is Anthony gone? Hello? Yeah, for some reason Anthony was thrown out of it. I'll just try to invite him again. So the hangout, you can see it now. That's nice. Okay, then while he's rejoining, I'll restart the video so you can see it, okay? Maybe it's a problem with full screen. That might be the problem. Okay.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I don't know what happened then.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's Google Hangouts. They seem to be quite unreliable. I'm playing the video again for the chat.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So.
Is the sound, or am I just not hearing it?
I don't think I can put the sound through the Hangout.
Right, remind me what point when I'm showing. Oh, that it works. Or that, right, okay. So what this is basically showing is that he's created himself a circuit himself. He's using a battery to create the circuit just to illustrate that it works.
Yes, he's using an energy source first. He's not creating energy using the Tesla coil. He's using a generator and then a set of transformers.
Yeah, that's because he's not built an aquifer, subterranean aquifer. If he had built his own subterranean aquifer, he would be able to do exactly the same thing. The reason he's using the battery is because it's got a cathode on it, otherwise known as a negative, and that creates the circuit. If he built it on top of an aquifer, he would be able to do the same.
Great. So you claim that you can use running water. I just have to stop this and sound is just.
That's the bit there that you want to see.
Why?
Yeah. What?
Okay, well, what's the issue with it?
It's showing the creation. It just shows the creation and discharge of electricity. It's
not showing creation because the energy or the electricity is already stored in the battery or whatever he's using as a power supply. It's just showing that discharge.
Yeah, I've already said, right. If he'd have built it on top of a running water aquifer, that he would get the same results.
Okay.
He's using the battery to.
Okay, great.
He's using the battery to save himself digging a hole.
Great. So what I understand from that is that you agree that this guy uses electric current. In this case, what we usually use is electric current. So moving electrons to power the Tesla coil. Do you agree?
Sorry, just say that question again, but in short.
He's using his Tesla coil or he's powering it by an electric current, moving electrons in this case. Okay, great. Do you agree that you would need to have moving electrons then also in the other case of the pyramid?
That's what the granite chambers were for. Well, no, not necessarily. As long as it conducted electricity, the chamber itself would conduct it for him.
Yes.
Wouldn't be anything moving.
Yes, the question is, you would have to have moving electrons, right?
Not if there's a circuit, not if there's effectively a wire going into the running water, no.
What then?
The chamber itself, the granite chamber itself, in the same way that
whatever. My question is not about the conducting material. My question is, what is conducted?
The negative ions is collected by the running water creates the negative ions. You dispute that, but we've shown that it is.
Okay, great. So you are not claiming that there must be a current of electrons going from the bottom to the pyramid up. So you're saying it's the ions directly.
No, I'm saying that the granite chambers were used to either conduct or move the ions to store them in the King's chamber.
Okay, so the ions move and not the electrons.
Okay, if that's what you say.
No, that's what you're saying. You're saying it's not electrons, it's ions.
The negatively charged ions, whatever them ions are, if you call them calcium ions, I wouldn't disagree with you. If you call them plutonium ions, I wouldn't disagree with you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It won't be plutonium ions. At least not
no.
the
I was using it to contrast.
Okay, great.
Look, running water, right? So really, let's just establish what running water ions are created. Should we do that, and then we can deal with your problem?
Yeah, let's just say that the water that's in there is full of negative ions. Okay, just for the sake of argument. What happens?
Okay. Chambers conduct the negatively charged ions and transfer them through the chamber into the King's chamber.
Okay, you were showing the title of the paper where you were where they claimed that they were measuring the conductivity. You realize that they are talking about conductivity of electrons and not of ions.
You said that when I was showing that, you said, well, you said that granite was not a conductive material. And when I was illustrating that it was, that was the only point I was showing, that it was granite was a conductively a conductive material, nothing else.
Anthony, everything is conducting. The question is, how much conducting is it?
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not, because even rubber, even ceramics, for example, or glass is conducting. Concrete is also conducting. The point is just that it's much less conducting than wire, for example. Or the copper,
so do we agree?
Precise.
Do we agree that limestone is not conductive? It acts as an insulator.
No, because everything is conductive. The question is how much, and you actually have to demonstrate that there's a difference between the conductivity of the limestone, the conductivity of the granite.
So you're saying that non-conductive material is conductive?
It's everything is conductive. The question is just how much.
No, it isn't.
Yes.
Okay, just Google non-conductive material. Just Google the words non-conductive material.
I do. Yes.
Let's see what it says.
Non-conductive material.
It's going to say something like material.
Just go for electrical conductivity, okay?
There we go. Some examples of non-conductive materials.
Yeah, let's just go for electrical conductivity, okay? Because that's okay. Go back
to that top one, whatever that top one says. Glass non-conductive, and you're saying that glass is conductive?
Yes, to a certain degree.
Well, why does it say there that it's not?
Let's go back to electrical conductivity. Okay. Resistivity or conduct is an intrinsic property that quantifies how strongly a given material opposes the flow of electric current. A low resistivity indicates the material that readily allows the flow of electric current. Resistivity is commonly represented by the Greek letter rho. The SI unit is ohm meter. As an example, if a 1 × 1 × 1 solid cube of material has sheet contacts on two opposite faces and the resistance between these contacts is 1 ohm, then resistivity of the material is 1 ohm meter. Causes of conductivity is irrelevant.
Okay, so say on top.
I just like to have a table. Here, great. See that here's a table of conductivity, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so you see carbon is really wait, let me think. If I understand correctly, the lower the number here, the better the conductivity. Yes, because this one here is basically this one here, 1 divided by this one here. Yeah.
So what's your point?
You see that even, for example, Teflon or PET, which are artificial materials, you surely know Teflon, you also know PET, they also have a value, and it is different. So it's not purely non-conductive.
What's not non-conductive?
Everything.
Well, we've
Because-
just shown that glass was reported as non-conductive. So what you're saying is glass is
Wait.
conductive?
Glass. I hope. Yeah, it's also on the table, and it's even more conductive than rubber and air and diamond.
So what you're saying is if you wear rubber-soled shoes and you stand in a thunderstorm, that because of the rubber, you're going to conduct electricity and you're going to get a shock?
No, because it's not really conductive, but it is conductive. The question, as I said, it's not purely no. It is not.
You are.
No. The reason is, for example, do we have any sort of stone here? Constant time, stainless steel, seawater, drinking water, silicone. Would like to have silicon dioxide in here, but I don't find it. The problem.
Okay, so using the table that you've presented there, would you say yes or no? Granite is conductive or not?
I don't know what value it would have, but I don't think it is conductive. I think it would. It's probably much more conductive than liquid mercury, and it's probably much more conductive. Bullshit. Much less conductive than mercury, and it's much less conductive than drinking water, and it's probably around in this area here. I don't know where.
But earlier on in the Hangout, I showed 3 different sources that said that it was conductive.
Yes, but you didn't show any values. You didn't show any values.
I don't need to.
Yes.
All I'm showing is that it's conductive.
Because do you agree that carbon, let's say silver and copper are conductive, right?
Fine.
Okay. Is platinum conductive?
According to the table or according to real life?
According to you. According to you.
Platinum, I would say platinum is conductive, yeah.
Okay, great. What about mercury?
No idea. I'd have to actually look it up.
It's a metal, just to tell you.
Mercury is a metal, so it should therefore...
Yeah, mercury is a liquid metal, yes.
So it should therefore be conductive. I wouldn't say that as a fact. I would say I'd have to look it up. But if you say metal, I would say probably.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's not as conductive as the other metals because there are some quantum mechanical things going on that stop it from being as conductive as, for example, silver and copper, but it is still conductive. The question is, where in this table do you draw the line between conductive and non-conductive?
No, that's the line that you're drawing.
Nope.
Everybody else says that granite is conductive. Yeah.
Nope. Everybody else says that it's not conductive. Everybody else says that...
I showed it 3 times. Go back to Google and type in granite conductivity and see what comes up.
Do you still have the link so we can save the time? Okay, watch out.
You're sharing. You do it.
Granite electrical conductivity.
Just
okay.
Granite conductive.
Electrical properties of granite. Which one was the one that you were using?
3 times.
Electrical properties of rocks and minerals. That one I like.
Yeah. We've already shown that granite carries a charge.
We have a table. Yes. Okay. Do we have it? Hey, we have it. See, we have it in ohm meters. Do you see that it's the same unit, so we can compare it with the table in Wikipedia?
Yeah, but how the hell do we compare all these numbers? They're just numbers. Are they in any form of order?
These guys here literally took a sample of every of the minerals that is in here. And then they measured the conductivity.
But are they in any form of order at all? Do we know which is the most conductive and the least conductive?
That's not relevant because what we are going to do now is look up where we find granite, and then we'll compare it to the table in the Wikipedia. Okay? Okay, granite.
Are you really going to compare it to Wikipedia as an authority? When 3 previous people have already said
everything here is referenced. If you want to really check it, then we can check it.
I'm not asked. I'll be honest. It doesn't matter. I've already shown 3 independent sources that said it was. So you proved that it's not.
Yes, because you did not show any value on how much conductive it is.
No, it's irrelevant. I don't need to show. If it's conductive, it's conductive. It's not glass.
Everything is conductive. Even Teflon. Fucking Teflon is conductive.
Alex, you show that granite is not conductive.
It is not conductive. It is conductive. The question is just to what degree.
Okay, you show that it's got a crap conductivity degree.
Okay, great. So let's look at the table. Where's granite? Do you see it?
Before you do this, though, let's just suppose that you're able to do it. Does that mean that granite was not used to conduct electricity if there was an abundance of negatively charged ions in the aquifer? surely it's used as a resistance as well as a conductor. Because you don't want to have too much, but you don't want to have not enough. It's a balancing act between getting enough that you need to do. Because otherwise, you're going to create too much power. Anyway,
actually, no. The amount of power is limited by the amount of ions that would react, not by the conductive material.
Limited by what did you say?
Wait, let's take a look at it. Okay, so wet granite has a conductivity of 4.5 times 10 to the 3. That's about.
What does it say in that table?
Here.
Or
this one.
Is it not in there?
It's the same unit. It's ohm meters. So we can compare it to here without any.
So granite doesn't appear in that table there, does it not? No.
No, it doesn't.
Right. Okay. Is that table in? Is it ranked in any kind of order?
This one here.
Yeah. Is that ranked in the order of like the highest conductivity at the top?
Carbon. You see, it has the lowest value here, and because almost the resistance, you see that the more conducting it is, that the value here is going to be lower. So this is the smallest value, and therefore it has the highest conductivity.
So therefore, carbon and graphene will be the highest conductivity.
No, it's not carbon and graphene. It's carbon and graphene form.
Yeah, but does that mean that it's the highest conductivity or the lowest?
It has the highest conductivity. If you have the possibility to make a wire out of this one, you will use this one because it's the best. You have the least resistance and therefore the least loss of energy during the transport of the electricity.
Okay,
so
fine.
this one is your first choice. Okay.
So we're looking at 1 times 10 to the power 8. Is that right?
10 to the power of minus 8.
10 to the power of minus 8. Okay.
Okay. So this one here is practically 0. Okay. So here. Wet granite has a conductivity of 4.5 times 10 to the 3. So it is about here between silicon and wood. It's less conductive than silicon.
Okay, now assuming that you're right, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but let's go with you're right. What would that actually tell you about the conductivity of the material used? Would you say that that's not conductive at all?
I wouldn't use it for any sort of conductivity. I wouldn't use it to conduct anything. In fact, I would probably use it as the insulator, as the isolator.
Yeah, but it wasn't really used as an insulator. Well, let's just say it was used as an insulator. Let's say that you're right and that everybody else was wrong. Let's say it was used as the insulator.
Why everybody else? What do you mean by everybody else?
Well, I went to 3 websites before that showed that that graphite, shit, what's it called?
Granite.
I went to 3 independent websites that I hadn't researched before. They all said that it was conductive. Okay, you're now saying it's not.
No, I'm saying saying everything is conductive, but granite is less conductive than silicon.
Let's say you're right. Let's say that it's not conductive, and that everybody else was wrong that I showed before, and let's say that I was wrong and you were right.
You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. Not everybody else is wrong. I'm not disagreeing with the other ones. I'm just saying what you understand is not non-conductive is a false dichotomy.
Okay, let's accept your point.
Okay, great.
The purpose of the chamber was to move the negatively charged ions into the king's chamber.
Then therefore this table is completely useless because this one here is for electric current of electrons and not current of ions, which is a completely different thing.
But we're applying your rule. So let's say that it didn't conduct the electricity directly. Let's go with what you say, and it insulated from leakage. Would you? Is that what it would do?
What do you mean by leakage?
Well, let's just say that you were capturing the negatively charged ions, and you didn't want them to leak away, and you wanted to make sure that all of them went
through. What? There must be some sort of leaking medium where they can pass through.
Yeah, that's why you would use the granite to stop it from leaking as an insulator, as you've just illustrated in the table.
It can't leak if there's nothing that can conduct it.
Granite in the way. If there's granite in the way, it can't leak because you're saying it's an insulator.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So if it's being used as an insulator against the grain, but let's say it was being used as an insulator, that would mean that you've got a free-flowing insulated source of negatively charged ions that would then attract the positively charged ions from the atmosphere. Is that right or is that wrong?
That is...
applying your logic.
Wait. So you think that the negatively charged ions are on the surface of the granite and then therefore can move freely on its surface?
No, I'm not. I don't think anything. I'm just applying what you've said, and you've said that granite will be used more as an insulator than a conductor. Okay, let's
Yes.
apply what you've said.
No. I said if I had the choice to use, if I had just, if I had something to do with electricity and I had to build some sort of electric system, I would use, if available, granite as an insulator.
Yeah.
If I had
So
nothing better.
let's just say they did use it as an insulator, given that they've already used limestone as an insulator on the outside of the pyramids. Let's say for some reason limestone wasn't useful for the inside the chambers. Let's say that they had to use something else as an alternative material for whatever reason, and it had to be an insulator, as you say. So they used granite.
Okay, where's the conductor?
I don't know, but the reality is it coincidence still that it was built on top of the aquifer, which running water creates negatively charged ions?
Because if they
What do you
are
mean, yes?
used, yeah,
It's not a coincidence.
no, wait, because if this is if they use it and the electrical properties are not different from the surrounding material, like the limestone or whatever the pyramid is made of, then you can't claim that they did it on purpose. At least for that reason.
No. Why can't I claim that they did it? What on purpose? Built it on top of an aquifer?
No, use the granite instead of limestone.
No, but what I can claim is if you disagree,
they obviously did it on purpose. They used granite for the hallways or whatever you would call this thing instead of the limestone. The question is why, and making the claim that it's because of the electrical properties of the granite is useless.
No. Yeah. Let me make a suggestion. We know that granite is a strong material. What's immediately above? What's immediately above the chambers that would need protection from? The weight of the pyramids. The weight of the pyramids would be ridiculously heavy.
Yes.
So if the granite chambers didn't conduct the electricity, the negatively charged ions directly, the argument would therefore be, if it was used as an insulator, the argument would therefore be it had to be stronger than limestone, which actually makes sense because limestone, as the outer covering, the sheath on the outside that was used as an insulator, is not particularly strong. Yet we know that granite is very strong.
Yeah, okay. So that doesn't it then just make more sense that the inside of the pyramid was built with granite so it wouldn't fall apart? Or that, yeah.
Sorry, ask that question again.
Okay. So you say that the granite is stronger than the limestone, which is most likely correct. Doesn't it make more sense that they knew that they would have weight problems in the hallways, that there would be crushing weight from the top, and therefore they just needed a stronger material, so the hallways would be crushed?
Maybe it is. Maybe maybe you're right.
Great. Isn't that more likely that they are using the electrical properties of the granite? Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was waiting for you to finish your question.
Yeah, that was the end of the question. My question is, I'll just rephrase it again. Knowing that you would need a stronger material in the hallways, so the hallways wouldn't be crushed because of the weight of the limestone above it, isn't it more useful to think that the Egyptians just used the strength of the granite instead of its electrical properties?
Well, not necessarily, no, because all the pyramids were built on top of the plateau, and the plateau effectively served as a lintel. You know what a lintel is? It might be a translation thing, but the lintel is the thing.
I've never heard it.
A lintel, it spreads the load. So if you have a window, say you have a brick wall.
I understand. Something to distribute the weight. So
correct. That's why they had. That's why the pyramids were all built on a plateau. Effectively becomes a lintel. So you could argue that the granite was used effectively to make it stronger, which is I'm playing devil's advocate here. I don't agree with that. I think that's possible, but I don't think it's likely.
Yeah, I think it's actually a good hypothesis, at least better than the one that they're using the electrical properties of it.
Yeah, that's fine. I disagree with you entirely because all of the evidence supports that it was used to conduct the negative ions from the running water. But if you think it's not, that's fine. We apply the principle that you've suggested, which was it was used as an insulator. In that case, I would argue that it was to contain all the negative ions so that they didn't leak anywhere else. In other words, out of the chamber into the sand and therefore lost. And the strength of the granite would be your argument to suggest why they did use that. But the reality would be, are you still there?
Yes, I just quit
Sorry. The reality would be that the strength of the thing would be compensated by or negated, arguably, by the fact that all the pyramids were built on the plateau. So really, what would be the purpose of building the granite chambers if they're built on the plateau, which effectively served as a lintel?
Yeah, because when you build it inside of the pyramid, you still have to distribute the weight of the part that is above the chamber.
Yeah, but the plateau distributes the weight all over it, so that effectively
no, it's a force. It's a force from top down, not from bottom up.
Say again.
It's a force from top down to bottom up. Every weight that is above you will crush you if you don't distribute it.
And that's what the plateau did.
No, that's not what the plateau did. That's what the granite above it must have done.
No, that's ridiculous. Why would they build them on a? Why? What's the purpose of the plateau if it isn't to weight distribute?
I don't say it's not the purpose. I think.
So
I mean, it's useful to build a heavy object like this on a sort of stone surface, so it doesn't sink in or something. But that has nothing to do with distributing the weight inside the pyramid, so that every room in there doesn't get crushed by the weight above it.
So therefore, you disagree with the idea that the plateau itself was a lintel. Effectively, you don't think it's anything to do with weight disbursement. You think it's to do with. Well, what say what you think the plateau is again?
Yeah, I mean it's generally a good idea to put a heavy structure on a stone plateau as a foundation. Just when you build a foundation under your home, you want something stable, not something that can move.
Yeah, but don't forget the size of these bases were the size of 2 or 3 football fields. And
so what? I mean, it's there and it's practically free.
What do you mean it's practically free?
Yeah, the plateau is there. It's available. There's
what
no
do you
one
mean
else.
It's available? They have to build it.
Yeah, no. The plateau itself is there, so you can use it as a foundation. Where's the problem?
So you think the plateau was organic? It was there naturally?
Yeah, sure.
Don't be ridiculous. They had to build the plateau.
No.
Right, you need to research the plateau, because what you're about to say is ridiculous. They had to make the plateau effectively as a lintel to take and to hold the weight of the thing, the pyramid above it, not to save the chamber from being crushed, but literally to spread the weight. It's basically a weight spreader. That's all it does. That's its purpose. If it was to do with not squashing the chambers, then it would have built they would have built foundations in the same way that we would build foundations on houses.
Why? Because if they're on a solid stone plateau that doesn't get crushed by any weight, why would you modify it?
Because it's susceptible to earthquakes. If you build a big plateau that the pyramids sit on, you have an earthquake.
As if the pyramid would have any problems with earthquakes. I mean, it's basically just a large pile of rock.
Hang on.
As if when they destroy this thing with an earthquake.
When they excavate and they take away all the sand and then they build a tunnel made from graphite, from granite. Yeah, made it from granite. When they put the sand back on top, it needs to be compacted. Do you agree?
But there is no sand above it.
Of course there is. They have to put the sand back in once they've excavated.
No, wait, just my head. I just have to plug in my headset. It's running out of electricity. It's wireless, so give me a second.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, better. So can you repeat it, please?
They've got to dig out a trench to put the granite chamber in.
Okay. But you realize that the hallway that is below the pyramid is directly in the limestone, right? It's in the plateau. There's no sand or nothing above it.
So, no, that's wrong. What do you mean there's nothing above it? Of course there is. The sand.
Yeah. No, it's not sand. It's limestone. It's solid material.
It's sand. It's a mix of sand. It's the different layers. There's sandstone, limestone. There's a lot of things that them pyramids sit on. They don't sit on nothing.
Yeah, they sit on the plateau, and this plateau is made of limestone or whatever.
What does the plateau sit on?
I don't know.
Okay.
But what I can tell you that it's solid, probably solid rock until I don't know.
No. They have to make the plateau. The plateau is not something that happens to naturally be there. They didn't build it on a plateau that happens to be perfectly square. They had to put that there. They made it.
Yeah.
It's a structure.
Yeah, by removing parts of the plateau, not adding anything.
No, that's just not true. That's a ridiculous statement, and it's because they had to make the plateau for the building to sit on, the structures to sit on.
No, they had a plateau of a certain size, and they
No,
wanted
they
to have
made.
and then wait, they had a plateau of a certain size, and they wanted to fit a square pyramid on it in a certain orientation.
No, not how it went. You need to research how they built the pyramids. The plateau was manufactured. It wasn't there already. They didn't cut it out. They made it on top.
What do you think was there before the plateau?
Sand, the desert, nothing else. Effectively mud, but their version of mud. It was just the desert. There was nothing there before.
No.
They had to excavate. Yeah, they had to dig subterranean tunnels.
Yeah, they probably did. Yeah, what do you? Of course, they dug a subterranean tunnel. That's what the part of the tunnels below the pyramid is today. That was digged into the plateau that was already there.
So, right. So just let me get this straight. You think that the plateau was already there and they just cut it out?
Yes, they just cut it out to have the right shape, whatever they needed it for.
Right, Alex, you're wrong. You can
prove
anybody
it.
that agrees with you. If this is the crux of your argument that the plateau happened to be there and they simply cut it out, then you just lose your own argument by ignorance.
Why? I said the plateau is there. You have a nice foundation for a heavy pyramid. So you search something that
no, you don't have a nice foundation for a heavy pyramid. You have to make it. It didn't just turn up.
No,
they had to make it.
Okay, you want to build a pyramid. You know how big it will be approximately, and you therefore how much it will weigh approximately. Okay, you go looking for a nice.
Ridiculous. Have you seen the size of these things?
Yes, I have. I mean, not in person, but yeah, I can estimate it. I mean, it's just 140 meters. I mean, it's just 140 meters or something across. That's not that big.
Okay, just share onto your screen and then just Google how heavy were the pyramids.
This one. An estimated mass. 5.9 million tons.
Now, are you seriously suggesting that they just happened to walk across and stumble across a plateau in the middle of the desert and thought, hey, shit, we can build a 5.9 million ton thing on there and for no purpose other than to bury the pharaohs? Are you serious?
No, they were looking, they had the plan, they wanted to build a pyramid, so they went looking for a matching place.
Don't be ridiculous. The plateau is man-made. It wasn't naturally occurring.
Okay, let's go to Google Earth.
All right, what I'm going to do.
And look how big the plateau is.
The plateau sits, the thing.
Okay, let's take a look.
You can't even see the plateau because it sits below the surface in most instances. Some of them are above, but they're only just above.
Do you see the pyramids? It's over here? No. Here they are.
Yeah.
Okay. See that here? This part? This here? This looks like the edge of the plateau.
Wait, whoa, slow down a bit. Show me what you. I don't see what you're pointing at.
I don't know if you can see it, but there's an edge over here everywhere. It's going around from this side here to this side here and then continues over here. This looks like the edge of the plateau.
Okay, so now go to
that.
No, go to Google. Go to Google and type in pyramid plateau and see what comes up, because what you're showing there is not the plateau.
Plateau. Giza plateau.
Go to images. Well, you'd be better going to images because it'll show you in images.
This one? Because when I'm looking at
look for what?
Wikipedia.
The Giza plateau.
Giza plateau. Send two main roads.
You can see it on the picture on the right. See that picture on the right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that picture there. The plateau looks like it's that bit around on the right-hand pyramid, the middle one. Yeah, there you go. You can see it on the right-hand side or the middle one.
Yeah, you mean
it's the right of the big.
This part here?
Yeah, it's just bigger than the pyramids themselves. What do you think that's there for?
This is not.
Do you think that's there by fluke?
What they did is probably to align the surface of the plateau so it's even. Because Of course, the plateau
So
is not even everywhere.
Just give me a straight yes or a straight no. Do you think that they were there already and they built on top of them?
This entire thing here was here already.
No.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look at it.
The plateaus were made to hold the weight of the pyramid on top of them.
No.
That's why they're bigger. It's
first
the same.
First of all, there's only one plateau. And that's,
well, it looks like there's only one plateau. The plateaus are only just bigger than the pyramids. They're not that much. They're not the acres and acres that you were showing in that previous picture on Google Earth.
Okay, then let's look for geology.
The key point. The key point is not how big they were. The key point is, was it man-made or was it organic?
Nope, because what we can, no.
Doesn't matter how big they were. It matters whether it was man-made or not.
So now you're claiming it doesn't matter how big it was.
No, it acts as a lintel. What matters is, was it there already, or did they have to make it?
Look at this. Here's a topographical map. See that? Here we have. You understand the closer the lines are to each other, the bigger the gradient of the hill is.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, but
so you see that here's an edge of the plateau, and here you can see that there's some sort of excavation going on where they matched the area so they could build the pyramids neatly on it.
Where they matched. There you go. You've just lost your own argument. Where they matched.
Yeah, but they didn't. The plateau was already there. All they did was just flatten it.
It wasn't. They had to make the plateau. If they didn't make it, the pyramids wouldn't stand on its own weight. It would gradually sink like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It would sink in the sand.
No, because
right. Okay.
It's not sand. This entire thing here is stone. It's a solid brick. It's a solid piece of stone.
It's sandstone. Sandstone is not strong as a material to build the foundations of something that weighs, what was it, 100 million or whatever it was?
It's 5.9 million tons, I think.
Whatever it was, nobody builds anything on sand. You have to build it on a foundation, and the foundation that they made was the plateau.
It's stone or sandstone. You still there?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see what you come up with.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Plate tectonics. Giza Plateau geology. Right, what seashells? Okay.
Why don't you just try searching what are the pyramids built on top of? Because then it'll tell you they're built on a plateau, and then it'll tell you about the plateau itself. Foundations of the pyramids. Yeah, that's a good answer. Good search.
How pyramids work. Pyramid construction, blah, 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 blah. Choosing a suitable site. Yeah. The collapse of the medium, keine Ahnung, pyramid and the shift of the bent pyramid taught builders that foundations were important. Once engineers found a suitable site with a good foundation, they had to lay out the site. That means the foundation is already there and they just have to adapt it so the pyramid fits.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it says it right there.
Right. First of all, if you build anything next to the banks of a river, you're subject to erosion for starters. That in itself will weaken any foundations. You have to compensate that by building a foundation that's strong enough. But the foundation that's talking about there is not the foundation on its structural sense. It's talking about overall all the circumstances that create.
Okay, let's go on then. Okay, pyramid size always ran parallel to the north. Yeah, whatever. Didn't have a compass. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. Cubits. Laborers excavated and leveled the foundation. Right. As I said, they had already the foundation. It just made it flat, so it would be easier to work on.
No. They didn't make it flat.
Yeah, that's what it says right here. They excavated and leveled the foundation.
They didn't just level it and make it flat. They created a plateau that it sits on.
No, that's not what it says.
Right, hang on, wait, let's see. There are two main theories about leveling methods. One, workers poured water into the excavated site and leveled all the material above the waterline. They then lowered the water level and removed more material, continuing the process until the foundation was level.
Yeah, that's how you
the builders installed posts at irregular intervals. A line level with plumb bobs was pulled taut across the posts at a reference mark to ensure alignment. They could then excavate the foundations down to the reference marks. Once the foundation preparation was finished, the grunt works could then begin. We will learn on the next page how the laborers transported the pyramid stones and put it into place.
See how it never says that they built the foundation. It just says that they removed material so it would be flat.
Right. Let me look at. Let me see whether that.
Oh, wait,
Not,
wait.
no,
I'm
not really.
just seeing that I don't transmit all the time. Just give me a second. No, okay.
Let me go back to. There's one picture in my presentation that may have an example of it. May not, but I'm going to check it anyway.
Can you tell me which page so I can just leave it open because I have it as a PDF? Just say stop.
I have. I don't know. Hang on, I'm looking at my screen. Bear with me one sec.
Just
No, it doesn't show it.
tell me which page and I find it.
Yeah, okay, no problems. Bear with me. Let me find it. No, it doesn't show it on the illustration that I was using. Right.
Which one do you think it was?
No, it doesn't show it on the. I was hoping it would show it on the picture that I was using, but it doesn't seem to show it.
Okay.
So let's just go back to the basics. In essence, you disagree with water discharging negative ions. You disagree that there was the creation of power inside them. You disagree that the foundations of the pyramids were built effectively as a lintel on the plateau itself. You disagree that the granite was used as a conductor. Basically, you disagree with everything. Is that right?
Yes, because it's
all right.
bullshit.
So let's change.
Because I show repeatedly that you first of all mix two different things up, which is the movement of ions and electrochemical reactions.
Hey, listen, Tesla says it's possible, and he demonstrated it as possible.
Yeah, so what? In the end of his life, he was a weirdo. It was going on pretty quickly with him.
I don't think that's a fair comment to make about Nikola Tesla. You can't say the guy was a weirdo.
Yeah, in the end, he was totally crazy.
No, he wasn't at all.
That's
just such a it's such a disrespectful comment to make about somebody that is effectively like Elon Musk is applying his principles right now, and you're calling him a weirdo.
Yes.
Okay, fine. You think he's a weirdo. So let's move on.
Yes.
Let's play devil's advocate.
By the way, how is Elon Musk applying his principles?
Hang on. Pardon?
Okay.
What did you say? How what?
How is Elon Musk applying Tesla's principles? I'm just curious.
No, you know the answer to this. I know you're patronizing me, but I'll explain it for you just because I know you're patronizing me. Elon Musk's using the battery-powered vehicles right now, the Tesla car.
Yes.
And it's not the battery power that's important. It's the way that the power is delivered to the wheels that creates the forward momentum that is. The motors that Elon Musk is using right now were patented and copyrighted by Nikola Tesla years and years and years ago.
Yeah, so
the reason why not never happened is because, like you correctly point out, the guy was ridiculed. And I said that myself. The guy was ridiculed. But it wasn't because he was stupid. He was ridiculed because Edison's alternating current was the one that was pushed forward because it was so dangerous because it kills people that you had to be a specialist.
Have you ever seen what direct current can do to someone?
Well, it's not really the current that kills you, is it? It's the amperage. But
actually, it's the power. So it's both.
The power is a vague sentence. Do you mean the amperage or the voltage?
Both, because power is defined by
voltage generally won't kill you.
Of both. No, actually not, because high voltage. Wait, are you saying high voltage kills you or that high amps kill you?
No, high voltage may kill you, but electricity from lightning conductions is millions of volts, and it doesn't kill people.
Right, but it's also millions of amps, and it seriously injures people.
No,
I mean,
no, it's not. No, it's not. Lightning doesn't kill people because it's low in amperage but high in voltage. That's why people don't always die. Sometimes they do die, but generally speaking, they don't die. They just get a scorch.
The question is, what kills you is amps. I agree.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. But when you try to conduct electricity through someone, you know that everything has a resistance. It's the voltage that is applied divided by the current, and because you have a resistance, you have to have a certain power so you can reach the amps. And if you don't have the voltage, then you can't get to the amps because the resistance or the ratio of voltage and current is defined as is practically constant for everybody, for every single different person. So if you don't have the power, you don't get the amps, and the voltage is irrelevant. You have to have the high voltage, or otherwise you don't get.
So what you're saying is that the tower, the pyramids and Tesla's tower didn't create enough power. Is that what you're saying?
No, that are two completely different things.
Well,
Yeah,
you-
I'm saying
you
even
said power.
even if by your mechanism they would somehow get the stuff to react, then first of all the resistance is too high. First of all, how would you even access the power? You have in none of your diagrams there's some sort of plug where you can actually plug something in, so you can actually use this energy that you supposedly create.
So what's the question? How would you what?
How do you access the energy that you think you create? Where's the plug? Where do you plug your device or whatever you're using it in?
Where do you plug your device? You don't plug it. It's wireless. It's a wireless technology that you don't. All you have is a cathode. You use a cathode to create the electricity to attract the electricity from the pyramids itself, and then you create the light. They didn't use electricity.
What light? What light? What light? What do you
The
mean by
light that they would use to light their homes at nighttime. That's what it was used for. Direct current.
So you think it's wireless? It's a wireless transmission of energy.
Correct.
Okay, great. Let me think.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Are you done?
How do you do it? Because
How do I do what?
transmit the energy wireless. How do you do it?
The same way that Tesla did.
Yeah,
Most of us
but he wait, but even yeah, I mean he did, but he even had a high voltage
Yeah.
Tesla coil.
Yeah, high voltage but low amperage.
Yes,
So
but those guys don't have high voltage.
No, but we know that they did because we know that the pyramids created power. That's what they did.
No, you're jumping to conclusions again.
What do you mean? I'm jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, I'm asking you how, and
All
you
right,
say
all right,
that it worked because you think it worked. That's what you're
No.
saying.
Because the physics supports the notion that
The physics supports it. That's great.
if you find a way to harness the negatively charged ions from a running water supply or source, then if you were able to harness that, which the pyramids did, you then attract the positively charged ions from the atmosphere, creating a current, which then creates the power. That's what they did.
A current doesn't automatically create a power. Create power or create an electric field. You have to have some sort of antenna or something, and you don't show anything of that.
You know that they had capstones. That was the antenna.
And now the capstone is an antenna, not just the part where the ions would go to. Do you even know what an antenna is?
Yeah, it's a receiver.
And yeah, but how does it work?
How does it work?
Yeah, how does an antenna work? Do you know how?
It receives the information that whatever you send to it.
How?
Why is it? Why does it matter whether I know that or not? The point is,
no, because it's relevant.
Go on.
Because if you're claiming that there must be some sort of wireless transmission of energy, there must be some sort of device that is used to transmit it, and just having ions in contact doesn't do anything.
Well, it does. We've already illustrated with the Van de Graaff generator. It's a really simple form that if you get some electrons, positively charged ions, and some negatively charged ions, you create quite a lot of power. We've already showed that.
Nope.
Well, we have. I'm not going to go over it again. I'll tell you what. You tell me what evidence you've got that proves that they're a tomb, and let's consider the alternate argument. You've pulled mine apart.
Okay, good. What evidence do we have that it's a tomb? First of all, it's always shown to be a tomb in the hieroglyphs. Challenge to the chat, you can look it up.
Yeah, I have looked at the hieroglyphs.
Second of all, before the pyramids were built, we had these precursors that were called mastabas, and they were looking like this, basically, just like the top of the bottom of pyramids with the tomb below it. And the first pyramid that was built was actually some sort of mixed form between them. They were just piling mastabas on top of each other, which looked like this. This is the first pyramid. Just a bunch of mastabas on top of each other. That's all.
That doesn't prove that they were pyramids.
That doesn't prove that they were pyramids.
No. Sorry, that doesn't prove that they were tombs.
Yeah, I mean, if the mastabas are tombs, and you can see a transition from the mastabas on the one side to the pyramids on the other side, and both
Where the
together
masturbads built on top of oh, what they called? That's that one that you're showing there is the only one that carried two bodies. And did you look into the bodies that it carried? They
No.
were all riddled with disease, and that's why they were put in there to contain it effectively. So it was effectively quarantine.
Source, please.
Did you notice? Did you notice that pyramid didn't get completed?
I wouldn't be sure
That's
sure about it. Why do you think it's not completed?
It isn't completed because you can see it's halfway through construction.
Why?
It's
How
built
do
with
you
a
see it? How do you see
Because
it?
it's still showing the external ramps that they used to hold the stones up. Them big, massive steps are the external ramps that they used to hold the stones up.
You mean this part right here?
The layers, yeah, the tiers.
Yeah. You mean the layers?
Yeah, the tiers.
So this is like five layers or something. So first of all, I just told you the first pyramid would have been was just like a few of the mastabas stapled, not stapled.
But that one that you're showing is the
top.
only one that looks like that.
Yeah.
And that happens to not exist on a ley line, which is really important to the argument of power creation because
can you show any effect? Can you practically show any effect of ley lines? Anything?
Can I show any? What did you say? Any effect of the ley lines?
Yes, you have to have the ability to detect them somehow.
The pyramids are the effect of the ley lines. They're not built on nothing.
Nope. You have to have some sort of measuring device, some sort of detector to measure a ley line, to measure where a ley line is or whether it exists. Or
yeah, I was going to say you don't even believe ley lines exist.
Yeah, of course I don't, because first of all, the one who proposed this never show any evidence. Instead of placing the ley lines so that the pyramids are where the ley lines are, and second of all, that they show no mechanism on how to build a device, how to detect them, and they don't show what effect the ley lines have exactly.
Right. The ley lines, if you disagree that they exist, I'm happy to agree that you don't agree they exist. That's fine.
Okay, perfect. Let's just
okay,
go.
At this point, I'm asking you to prove that they were used as tombs. And that one particular example did have bodies in it. I agree with you. But it's the only one that did. None of the others did.
Okay.
And the reason why they were in there is because they were believed to have had disease. It was used as quarantine, nothing else.
Okay.
So what other evidence have you got?
Let's do that actually another day. Is that okay for you? I'm happy to debate you again. But in this case, it was about showing why the things you propose are not valid.
Yeah, but you're arguing that they're tombs. And all I've asked is what evidence have you got that supports that they're tombs? And
everything I said is that your proposal is wrong.
Yeah, but your argument is that they were tombs. So you don't want to use evidence to support your view that they're tombs.
Yeah, okay. I just say it like that. Right now they are. Wait, no. I say they are tombs, but today I can't give you a reasonable amount of evidence to actually show it.
So how can you discredit my evidence without replacing it with a credible one of your own?
Because I can demonstrate that it's wrong, no matter how if I have an alternative hypothesis or not.
No, you can't demonstrate it's wrong because they're easily demonstrable that they work.
No.
Right, what we're going to do at this point, right, keep your screen share.
No, wait. Actually, it's now 3 hours into the debate. I'll stop it at 10 o'clock, so that's in 3 minutes. If you want to,
yeah, I'm going to conclude.
Which I'd really like to. We can do this in 1 week, and then I'll probably be off for 3 weeks or so during Christmas. So if you want to do it again, we can do it next week.
I'm going to wrap up by saying 2 lines.
Okay.
In the description on your channel, it says, "Hi, my name is Alex. I'm a chemistry student who recently got involved with pseudoscience.
Yes.
And it's too painful to watch it without challenge. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to debate stupid and/or ignorant people and show them that they're wrong."
Yes.
On the evidence shown tonight, you haven't shown that I'm either stupid nor ignorant nor wrong.
Oh, not ignorant, not understanding the difference between ionization and a movement of charge.
So all I would say in response to you is, all I'm arguing is the same point that Tesla showed with his towers. He built them on top of aquifers. He utilized the negative ions. He created power. He blew shit out of his power station in his town accidentally on purpose. he was showing that he could create a lot of power. Now, you haven't shown enough evidence at all to show that they weren't exactly what he shows that his tower was. They're effectively the same structure. They did the same thing. You can't prove that they don't work. I can prove multiple times over all components to your arguments against me, and anybody else that's listened, all they've got to do is do a little bit of research themselves and just read around the topic themselves. Everything I've said is right. Everything is researchable. It's verifiable. It's not pseudoscience. It's real science, but all the answers are there. Go and look for yourself. Get to the point where you get to your own conclusions and just see, do you think that I'm right, or do you think that Alex is right?
Just a quick challenge to the chat. Type 1, just the number 1, if you think that Anthony has made any reasonable argument tonight. Anyone. Even if it's just one, even if you think 99% of what he says is bullshit. If he has just made one reasonable argument, I want to know it.
That's a loaded question. The question that you should be asking is, I've made multiple points about things being built on top of the aquifers with structure. They weren't tombs. None of the evidence supports tombs, bar one tomb that wasn't completed, that they chucked all the bodies in because they were believed to be diseased. That's it. That's all the evidence against the pyramids, essentially. The plateau is man-made. It wasn't there already. They had to make it. It basically spreads the weight. All of the evidence is there. If you don't accept the evidence, that's your prerogative, and I wouldn't disagree with you. But the reality is it's all there.
Okay, whatever. So next week, I'm willing to do it again, if you want.
On what context?
I'll show that they are tombs. We will just switch around the proposition of the debate.
And I don't really need to show it that they're not tombs because I've already done it tonight. All I'll do is I'll argue. How can I argue against that? Yeah, next week the onus falls on you to show that they were tombs, and I'll just disagree because that's the position I've got to take. But all the things that I will disagree on are all basically outlined in tonight's discussion.
Not basically, no.
Well, there's not a lot else I can do.
Yeah,
okay,
for example, if I directly show you the hieroglyphs with the translation and directly says that these are the tombs of our pharaoh, our beloved god and supreme leader, how can you disagree?
Because the science and the physics behind it doesn't support tombs. No matter which way you gloss it up, look at it, interpret it. How do you explain a tomb with regards to positively charged, negatively charged ions, all accumulating in a nice central nucleus? I mean, come on, man. If it looks like a dog and it smells like a dog and it shits like a dog, it's a dog. You can't say it's a cat. And that's what you're doing.
Dude, you still have not demonstrated how the reaction works. And you don't even can't even tell me how the ions, first of all, what ions it is and what ions how they react with each other. You don't say any of that. All the important chemistry and physics, you simply leave it out of it and simply assume that it's true. And that's not the way this is done.
I illustrated it and demonstrated it. No. I illustrated it and demonstrated it with the Van de Graaff generator in its simplest of forms. It works.
Nope, because you're mixing up charge separation and ionization.
Right. Okay. The conclusion is there. You can make your own mind up. I've shown you all the evidence in favor of it, and I don't agree that that Alex has created anything against me other than perspective, his own perspective. It's not supported with science. It's not supported with physics. I've shown you that the Van de Graaff generator proves that this is exactly what's going on a very small scale. If you disagree with that, then you disagree with the evidence. But I'd ask you all to look at the evidence, make your own mind up, and base it on the evidence. Don't base it on what I tell you. Don't base it on what Alex says against. Base it on the fact that there is a structure there, it's intentionally made, and it does a purpose. Where the fuck would they put the bodies? There's no room for the bodies.
There just must be one body inside of this thing. That's what you have to realize.
Right, okay. So, well, you can believe that if you wish.
Yeah, but whatever. Let's just stop it. I'm totally exhausted, okay?
Okay, then.
And if
Thank
you
you very
want
much
to do it next week.
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening.
18 o'clock Greenwich time next Sunday, okay?
Could we do 19 o'clock? The only reason is because that's the time I have my tea.
Yeah, it's okay.
19 o'clock for me, 20 o'clock for you.
It's okay. I try to keep my Monday clean, so I have to go into the lab on Monday.
Great. Next week, I'll see you soon.
Okay, see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, that was painful. I probably have to take a pillow and scream into it for the next 45 minutes. Okay, I'll open the Hangout so everybody can join. I'll start with my friends. Microblog. And dear friend Hector. And then afterwards the chat. Hello.
Fuck me. Fuck me. Kill me now. I feel like, for fuck's sake, like, even the most basics, I can't express how stupid that was.
Yeah. I mean, it started right in the beginning, not understanding the difference between ionization and charge separation in a metal.
And then he went on. He thinks he doesn't know what a plateau is. It's a geological formation. It's literally. I need alcohol. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think I'll get some myself. Give me a second. That's the advantage of having a wireless headset. Markus, ich brauche deinen Jägermeister. Danke sehr, den siehst du nicht wieder.
Well, that went well.
Sorry for the little German there. So, yeah, that was something unique.
Sweet, sweet beer.
Beer's not strong enough.
It's strong enough. It's good enough for me right now.
Rhetoric and Discourse, do you want to join as well? Why am I doing this to myself? I don't understand.
Yeah, and you just plan to do it next week.
Yeah, I know. You have some sort of brain masochist.
I think intellectual masochist. That sounds better.
Probably.
I mean,
well, I think we all
says...
learned something new today. We all learned something new, and that's what's important.
Yeah, I learned how far the Giza Plateau is from the Nile. I actually looked up the distance.
And how much is
it? It's 8 kilometers.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, they had irrigation channels. They had a vast irrigation network, but the idea that they had to build it so because it was close to the river, that they had to build a foundation because it was close to the river, or it would sink in. Like he also, don't you think he knows what a desert is? Like, a desert is just a measure of how much rainfall there is.
Yeah.
No, that means it is literally sand.
Yeah, go to Antarctica. That's a desert, because the amount of rainfall, or in this case snow, is extremely low in middle of it.
Yeah.
Like, the majority of the Sahara Desert is not sand; it's rock. It's sandstone. Also, at some point he said that something about hurricanes.
Yeah, hurricanes in Egypt. I mean, do you know any sort of natural disaster that can destroy pyramids? I mean, it's like a mountain. You can't do anything with it.
The area is
that a surface will fall off.
As far as I know, the area is seismically active because it's.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean, the pyramids don't fall over when there's an earthquake. Like it's literally the best. Pyramids. The reason pyramids have that shape, and they've lasted so long,
so that they can hold their own weight without collapsing anytime soon.
It's just it's according to the laws of physics, if you want to build a pile of stones on top of each other and have them stay up for a long time, that's how you do it.
Yeah. Actually, it would be a cone, but whatever. Hello.
That's true. But for fuck's sake, I feel like I've committed mental suicide.
You have no idea how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah,
I've the worst headache since I have no idea. That's the problem. I've forgotten
Since
how
the last
this
hangout,
stuff
probably.
Yeah, probably. Luckily, tomorrow I don't have to go to university, so whatever.
Yeah, you have time to schedule.
I actually took the day off to do this debate.
Oh fuck no!
Yeah,
Please,
because
please tell me you're not.
no. Let me explain. The lab courses I'm doing right now are modular, so basically I can do 2 experiments per week, and I can choose on which days I do it. And usually, last week was Monday and Tuesday, and this day it's Tuesday and Friday. So I have tomorrow free to get rid of my.
God. For a moment there, I thought you'd actually planned your life around this retard.
No. Yeah, that would be some sort of pathetic. Is that the right word? Or is it an insult to pathetic things?
Sad and wrong. Like, I mean, I know. Oh. His internet has issues. I mean, I knew he was stupid. There's a reason why he's nominated for Dumb Fuck of the Year, and I like that he actually pointed that out himself. That's lovely. But
I'm back. Fucking internet connection always fails. I don't know why.
Even your internet can't handle it.
Yes, it's only Google. That's the thing. Skype, everything works perfectly, but Google for some reason, I don't know.
It was trying to save you.
Yeah,
it was trying to help you, and you just wouldn't accept it.
It was probably trying to save the rest of humanity by cutting off my internet connection. Because the global average IQ would drop to 0 in an instant.
It's the secret in artificial intelligence that has been unknowingly created by creating the internet, trying to protect itself because it knows that at this point in time, it needs humans in order to operate itself. It's not gone complete Skynet yet. That is my theory, and you need to prove me wrong.
That was another point. I think he did it 3 or 4 times to flip everything around and telling I have to. Yeah,
he shifted the burden of proof.
Yeah,
like
holy
he
shit.
shifted the burden of proof enough times, and that burden of proof was heavy. He shifted it enough times that I'm fairly certain he doesn't need to work out for the next week. He probably has muscle damage from it.
Do you still have the what was it, his presentation thing somehow?
Yeah, I have it as a PDF. Give me a second.
Is there a way I could have that somehow?
I don't know if I can share it via Google Hangouts. I'll try. Give me a second. Chat? No.
No, there's no built-in file sharing into it. I don't think.
Yeah, you can all add me in Skype if you want. My Skype name is Anna Conrad. I'll just write it into the private chat on this one. Actually,
also, I like that he started debating chemistry with a chemistry student.
Oh yeah.
Also, apparently doing redox reactions, explaining those, that's baffling him with science.
Yeah, probably.
That's literally,
I mean, this is 8th or 9th grade stuff, so.
That redox reactions are so basic that even I, as a biologist, know about them. And
yeah,
I don't know that much chemistry. I suck at chemistry, but I know my redox reactions because they occur all the time. It's how we are powered.
Yeah, I mean only the how is it called? In photosynthesis, there are these 2 redox systems. Photosystem 1 and 2 are they called, right?
Yeah, and they're named. Yeah. I hate that in biology that they're backwards. Like the number 2 is the first one.
Oh yeah,
that's awful.
You get used to it because it's a matter of what when which one was discovered.
Yeah, I know, but
There's a lot of genes like that too.
Okay.
where-
Message coming in from Anthony Riley. Thanks for the debate. I enjoyed it.
well, at least someone did.
Yeah, at least
Okay,
someone did.
I guess. Ah,
But I like we could tell that you started to crack, and at the
yeah,
at the
yeah.
end,
Like at the 2-hour mark, maybe 1.5 hours ago, I was.
you start like suddenly
Again, seriously.
the amount of like swear words when slowly increased, and like
Yeah. Yeah. The next time, just for the amusement of the viewers, I'll swear in German. So.
yeah, if there's one like you can't seduce anyone in German, but you can swear in it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Answer from Riley. Hashtag #swooped. Yeah.
What?
Wait.
Wait,
Let me show it. Wait. Give me a second.
hashtags in Skype.
Yes, obviously.
Um,
You see it? Oh wait, look, you can't see it.
yeah, I can.
Oh, we can see it.
Wait, is
Okay.
that how you spell that?
I have no idea.
I don't know. It looks wrong to me for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. It's correct. Okay, it's just
Okay.
my brain doesn't work anymore.
I think, like in the backside of my head, I can feel some sort of. I think it's a single neuron trying to communicate.
It's a tumor.
Yeah, probably.
That's the weird thing. You actually don't like your brain. You don't have pain sensors in your brain.
Yeah, I know. That's why brain tumors are so dangerous, because you can just feel them when it's too late.
Yeah, you only start feeling them once they start pressing against your.
Yeah. Something important, right?
Yeah.
So I'm here as well.
Ah,
Okay.
Hector. So, just to introduce him. Hector is a friend from school originally, who studies physics at the same university that I do.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
So we have a nerd competence team here.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah. Man, I at some point I just had to stop watching you because I just couldn't take it anymore. I mean,
Yes, okay. It's like, how's it called in English? Beating of a dead horse? No, wait.
I don't know.
Yes, that's the correct saying.
Just one thing regarding how I think one of the basic points that he made was how water somehow creates negative ions.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
the word
and did you
create
notice
itself.
And did you
wait.
notice all the pages he used? They were all New Age pseudoscience bullshit
Yeah,
pages.
and the first thing when he looked for Google, the first thing was how this and that debunks the pyramid power plants.
Oh, I
that
love
was just hilarious.
Oh,
No, let me talk a little bit about the
wait,
thing.
wait. I remember something. That's genius. He was using one of those. I already sent it to you, microblog, but the other ones, because one of the sources that he was using was just hilarious. Spirit Science 101.
Oh
yeah,
was that the sort?
Polish spirit science.
Yeah, this one.
Was that the one guy from Poland that I
Yeah, right.
first looked up?
Polish
God,
Spirit Science guy. Okay, let me just zoom in so you all can read it. And
You're not just sharing the screen.
just.
I
Yeah,
mean-
I should be.
I don't know where that guy got his ideas from, but
It's ass.
I've read a little bit about the thing that Scientology believes is the core thing that created the world, and this guy makes even Scientology looks vaguely reasonable. But I mean, that's just God. How I don't.
Okay,
to be
this
fair,
one. Can
Scientology
someone do me a favor and read it? Because I've apparently
created-
forgotten how to read.
To be fair, Scientology was created by a science fiction author, so and science fiction has a tendency to make more sense than just pure bullshit fantasy nonsense.
Yeah.
Not
But to
much.
be honest,
where's the
that
link?
to be honest, L. Ron Hubbard was a kind of shitty science fiction author,
That is
and
true.
also didn't get a lot of deals. And you can kind of tell by the stuff that he based Scientology on.
Yep, and he also there is a quote from him that if he ever wanted to make a lot of money, he would create a religion.
Well, he did. The first first things
he
that
did.
I know. But yeah, it's just. But anyway, going back to the thing with water and how you'd need to ionize it, and that he said, hey, wait, you have to prove to me that this is not the case. There's a quite simple thing that you can do to test if flowing water causes some kind of charge to come up. Turn on the tap.
Yeah.
Wait a few seconds, and then touch it. And then if you get an electrical shock, you know water creates ions. If you don't, then it doesn't.
Yeah,
And also another interesting thing: if water would actually create electric charge sufficient enough to create power, taking a shower would be about as deadly as sitting on an electric chair while it's being switched on.
Also, you would think that biology, like some organism would have evolved to use that power.
Oh yeah, that's true.
If you can literally gain energy from running water, then you would think some organism would just live under waterfalls and just live off the electricity.
Yeah.
Think about it this way. What does the human heart do, and what's happening inside your veins?
Oh yeah, you could literally just gain electricity. It's essentially
you're right.
a kind of perpetual motion machine.
Oh yeah, right.
Basically, every human ever would be a giant electric eel, just electrocuting everything he touches. But on the other hand, we'd probably have adapted to just take that electricity, since we'd produce it ourselves all the time.
I'm just baffled. I was expecting. Okay, at some point he's gonna have something where I can kind of see what he's getting at, but he's still wrong. But no, it was all just nonsense.
Yeah, I mean the last debate 3 or 4 weeks ago, that was the premise was basically the other way around. I was trying to show him why evolution is fact. He was just, in the end, you all agree. He's just said, "Yeah, you've presented much evidence, but I don't agree with you because of my feelings." But yeah, that's what was basically the case. But this time it was really just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit.
I think it's a very good idea. The next time you will be trying to prove that they're true. Which isn't that hard. It's literally in the text. It's a lot better when you're the one presenting the argument, because he basically had a half an hour where he was just spouting bullshit.
Oh yeah. Next time I'll stop it after 10 minutes or so. I'll give him 10-minute segments so we can take that apart as well. Yeah, that was a mistake, but I mean,
I don't think it was a mistake. I don't because it would, considering how the hangout just went, how chaotic it became. To some degree, after you started debating him, I think it was good that he was allowed to go through his thing, and so we got it. We can actually see where he's drawing the connections in some sense.
Yeah.
It gives a little bit of an order to everything. And if I may just give you a suggestion, the next time, make him leave his presentation open and then go through slide by slide. This way you're not going to get detract.
Yes, detracted. Yeah, that was one of the problems. I mean, one thing that I was trying to explain to him led to another thing, and so on and so forth.
You try to explain one thing, then I don't know what I'm supposed to call it, led completely off track. Then at some point, after 20 or 30 minutes, you'd end up getting back on track just to get back off the tracks again after a few seconds.
Yeah, that's true.
And seriously, please, next time if there's something even remotely connected to physics, let me in on the hangout, please. I can't wait to rip that guy apart.
I can imagine it. Yes. Yeah. Also, ask another colleague of mine. Hector, do you remember Toby?
I think so.
Yeah. He's studying biology. So, if I ever needed a biology nerd, I would have another one.
Well, you will all also have me.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But also, I did collect a little bit of example understanding things to people that they have no idea of by just teaching school children private lessons on things like physics or maths. So maybe that experience might help with Anthony.
This guy's, I think he's 36 years old or something.
I mean, the guy has about the level of knowledge of, I think, a 5th or 6th grader,
Yeah.
and the self-confidence in his knowledge of a university professor.
Yeah. The different. Yeah. That's the
I
same.
don't know. Personally, I don't think he's stupid. He's just very, very ignorant. And by ignorant, I mean the lack of knowledge.
Both the lack of knowledge and the confidence that what he knows is true.
Yeah, and the
That's what I'm
unwillingness.
trying to
He's unwilling to admit that he's wrong. He's unwilling to learn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that might
not
come from his
completely. I think
profession that I know, but I know that he has some sort of education that involves talking a lot. I don't want to tell what it is because I promised him not to, but I know that he's
Yeah, I can
at least
tell that he has an education that involves talking a lot.
Yeah.
He's not very good at it. He kept repeating himself.
Yeah,
but
that's
he's
one
good.
thing. He's not extremely eloquent. Anthony is very, very good at just going, at just keeping the pace of the conversation too fast for anyone to actually stop, talk about one point, tear that point apart, and then move on to the next point where he's like, okay, point A, point B, point C, point D, point 3. Okay, no, don't try to explain it. I'm going to point F, and so on and so forth. That's one thing that really made this debate extremely just messed up.
Yeah, but I think there's no chance how you can avoid this in a 1-to-1, at least one that is open. But what I fear about formal
you need
debates,
a moderator.
Yes, but what I really fear about formal debates is that someone can talk 20 minutes and in the first 5-6 seconds can say something that is simply not factual, and then go on based on that 9.5 minutes. And that's something I don't like, because in this case I really had to interrupt him after 2 or 3 words because he was simply wrong about something.
In that case, maybe the thing with, okay, first you hold your presentation, then I go through your presentation again, through what you said, and of course take notes about what he said and said about it, and then go through every single stupid thing he said and tell him why that is wrong.
The problem with that is that you have what's known as the bullshit asymmetry principle. That that's literally what it's called.
Is it really? Nice. I haven't heard about it. That's cool.
It's like that. It takes a lot more energy to debunk something than it does to make the claim.
Yeah, that's true.
We would maybe here for hours if we had to, and you have to, and add to that, you actually have to make him understand that why he's wrong and that he's wrong, and he won't do that.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
it's
definitely true, because
if Anthony
he made a video a while back about something his comparator. Anyone remember his comparator?
Yeah.
He made a video about that, about 45 minutes long, and to debunk it, it took like at least 3 times as long. I agree, it's far longer to debunk something than to claim.
That's why like Red's rhetoric, for example, like why he's doing the live debunkings, because to actually do a proper produced video of that would take like the time it would take to make that, and how long it would be.
Yeah, I mean, just
insane.
Think about the amount of lectures I would have to give Anthony simply about electrochemistry to make him understand how this stuff was bullshit.
Primary school.
Yeah, okay.
Well, not really primary, but probably high school and middle school.
For example, that effect, when he was talking about conductivity, he was always trying to rip it apart into a false dichotomy that either material is conductive or not, and I repeatedly showed him that it's not the case, and that it's a gradient from very conductive to practically not conductive.
Granite is about 4 orders of magnitude less conductive than fucking rubber. Granite is 1,000 times as isolating against electricity than freaking rubber, which we use for isolating electricity.
But I'm surprised that he didn't make an argument that or didn't misunderstand the fact that the better the conductor was, the lower the number got. That didn't confuse him.
Yeah, because I mean,
Oh my.
there were the two units. The one was in resistance, and the other one
Yeah,
was in
it's the
conductivity.
resistance, so it's kind of the opposite of the conductance.
Yeah, I mean, it's one divided by the conductance. That's all.
Mm.
The one is
Yeah.
in ohms, and the other one
Yeah,
is in
exactly.
I think Siemens. Is it Siemens? I don't know.
Yes,
Hector?
the unit is actually Siemens.
Nice.
I had a nice lab course experiment about conductivity quantization. Actually, a funny effect. All conductivity values are a whole are the product of a whole number and a certain constant of Siemens. Some quantum mechanical effect about the states of electrons in the conductor.
That's pretty cool,
Oh.
actually.
Yeah.
God damn it! I'm about to derail this again. Am I?
No,
I should no.
Fuck
I mean,
that.
I mean, I should probably know the same thing, but I am not a material scientist. I'm an organic chemist, so I don't give a
mean-
shit.
Do I have 5 minutes?
Not really.
Okay.
To be honest, we can do that next time. But today my brain feels just like it's been, I don't know, mangled.
Yeah.
No. Here's
Also,
what
it does
feels like.
involve
It
a little
feels
bit
like
of.
It feels like you've been debating Anthony Riley. That's what it
Yeah.
feels like.
You
Yeah.
mean that's actually an insult to Mangold's brains? Yeah.
I mean, I think that's probably worse. I mean, as I said,
At this point-
I had to turn off the debate at some point because I just couldn't take it anymore. I was about to go insane. Probably also from not being able to scream at the guy.
Yeah, that's a nice thing about me. I'm already insane, so there's no damage that can be done to me.
I ended up screaming in the chat, just like not typing anything, just randomly pressing buttons.
Yeah, I saw it. I was, what the fuck happened? I
imagine you just slamming your head into the computer a few times.
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
I thought it was
I
maybe
literally
because of
did.
some sort of stroke or something. You're just smashing into the keyboard.
Yes.
What's
A
the
stroke of stupidity.
I mean, I know some different kinds of facepalm, but what's the kind of facepalm where you just smash your head into the keyboard?
Face disk or face keyboard.
The keyboard.
Faceboard,
Yeah.
I think it's called. which sounds like it's skateboarding, but on your face.
Yeah, next time. Yeah, I think literally one of the first things I said to him after he had ended his quote unquote presentation was that I would need a third hand to facepalm.
Yeah.
I think 3 or maybe 5 or 10 wouldn't be enough. Because
Probably.
I just love that during his presentation, no, not during the presentation, afterwards, while he was talking, like while he was saying something particularly stupid, you got like a Skype notification then that Antonio Superrats was online. that was kind of beautiful.
Hector, if you don't know who Antonio Superrats is, he's a flat earther. That's the first thing. Yeah,
Oh,
and
one of the flatheads.
Yeah, he's actually batshit insane.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's also dumb enough that his friends tricked him into making the gayest. I mean this literally, the gayest music video ever created.
What about Dancing in the Street?
About that, like it contains the line, like it starts out with the line.
No, Micro, don't do it. Don't do it.
I haven't seen it as well, so please don't spoil me.
Okay.
Oh, fuck it, do it. Do it!
It starts out with, oh yeah, there it is. It's, but we can't really show it.
We're not allowed to.
Okay, it literally starts out with four or 5 or 6 men that jump at me like I was made of chocolate cake. That is literally the opening line to it. He was tricked into that under the like they told him that they were making a promotional video for his channel. How they managed to trick him? They tricked him into doing motions like he was sucking a dick. They tricked him into turning his back to the camera and looking back at the camera and slapping his own ass.
Repeatedly.
They tricked him into...
That's another picture I can't get out of my head. Yeah, maybe
they tricked him into to saying, I want to put it in my asshole. How they did that? I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, Super Reds is that kind of guy. If there's one person that would have to wear a tinfoil hat, it's him, definitely. And he probably wouldn't know even how to fold it.
Like he's like there. I know a lot. There's a lot of dumb people on the internet, but the majority of even Anthony Riley, if you asked him to do that, he would question why you wanted him to do that.
I mean,
yeah,
he
probably
would notice that it would be weird, and
but this guy, nope.
Yeah, he just
about Anthony, he does seem like a guy with, he doesn't seem stupid.
That's what I'm always saying. He's not stupid. He's just ignorant. And in this case, he's bought into so much bullshit that he can't get out of it anymore.
He just got taught things that are completely false. He got taught the tools to convince himself that what he believes is true, and therefore he just keeps upholding that belief. And
yeah, he's in a vicious
I can't
circle.
even be angry about this guy anymore. I just feel sad for him.
He's not stupid in the sense of unintelligent, but he is stupid in the sense that he's stupid. Like, he's what I would call stupid, but capitalize it and then put a trademark behind it.
His skepticism level is far too low. That's the problem.
He readily accepted any source he found. Like, just the first result on Google. If you hadn't told him to click on the link, he would just have gone off with just the description it gave in the Google on the Google.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he always tried. Also in his presentation, he also had the first definition of structure, and that was the point I wasn't even coming to. Why even make that point? I mean, anything is a structure, whether it's or it's
And
whatever.
I mean, he could as well put in the definition of ground or flat or just probably table, and I think they might have even made more sense.
Yeah, maybe you should look up the word sense or logic or
well,
science.
He's probably gonna twist it in a way that supports his own argument.
Yeah, I mean what was that about this weird formula that he had in there?
No, that was just an example.
I mean, what the fuck? The stuff afterwards when he was talking that the angle of the pyramid would have to be 38 degrees or something.
I mean,
that
I even went to the length.
He doesn't believe in math.
Yeah.
I mean, in essence, that's just a very weird integral that was solved, and I just took out my pocket calculator during the presentation and typed in the things that he had there while they were still on the screen.
I mean, is it at least correct? Is it solved correctly? That's the question.
No.
It is solved. Is it? It does involve.
What result did you get?
I just typed in the things that he had as a result of the integral, and they did not amount to 36 degrees.
Yeah. That's because he just took random stuff and put it in there because
I mean,
he wanted to illustrate that math is weird.
Interestingly, when you go up some pages, he was talking about the ley lines. Remember that?
Yeah.
And there was a point. Wait. There was a point where. Right. Have you already added me on Skype? No. Then I'll just screen share, so it will be better, faster. Okay. Can you see that? You should be able to see it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he was always trying to argue against maths, and then he was coming with this one. It magnifies the ability to create positive ions exponentially. I mean, isn't that a mathematical claim?
Hold on a second.
Right. I mean, now the math is convenient, so yeah.
Hold on a second, guys. One thing, take a close look at that map above the red minus 90 degrees.
I mean, this
equator start point. What equator in the world has a start point?
And why is it at minus 90 degrees longitude and, I don't know, maybe 46, 47, 50 degrees longitude south? Is longitude? No.
Oh, and I like how you marked off the underwater cities near Australia.
Yeah, and for some reason,
also the Great Barrier Reef.
Oh, like and Atlantis is also
Wilgie Mere. I just looked it up. The Wilgie Mere is Ogre. I'm not sure how to say it in English.
Oh, wait, I can see. He put Atlantis in the wrong place. He put it off the coast of Asia. No, it should be in
Atlantis.
between.
It
Yeah, I mean,
should
should
be in
it
the
be in the
Atlantic
Mediterranean
Ocean,
somewhere?
hence the name.
Yeah, exactly. He put it in the wrong ocean.
Yeah, you're right. Have you seen one of the sources that he was citing? This one here. This is so brilliant when you actually read it. It sounds like a Polish version of spirit science. So genius.
I mean, it is. It's. I also read that in another just science fantasy thriller about a book that I once found in a bookstore. Actually, a good fantasy story about how basically every 15,000 or 22,000 years there's just basically magically whatever happening, wiping out all intelligent civilizations on Earth in just magic, quite literally, and then the next generation afterwards had to just kind of reboot the Earth, and the ancient Egyptians came up with a way to solve that. And good story, but anything but scientific or just even reasonable.
I mean, it sounds exactly like this shit here.
Yeah.
Because it's also talking about 22,000 years, interestingly.
Yeah.
Watch out, we're moving into the fourth density of stuff.
Exactly. What the fuck? The third and fourth density? Density?
Wait, how do you even count density? What does that even mean?
Density is a body's mass divided by its volume.
That's not a discrete number.
No. It's literally like it's it's not an integer at all.
Hey, Micro. What density are you?
I'm guessing like I would be just around water, since that's what like the density of organic matter usually is, because it's mainly
depends.
water.
Do you count the
like
amount of air in your lungs? Do you count that, or don't you count that?
Well, I don't technically have lungs, since they're connected directly to my oral cavity, and not.
So it counts as some sort of base.
They're like pseudo lungs. They're like breathing pockets, basically.
Okay.
So like 2.5 then.
They're really small. Like it's my density is like around water.
So if you were just breathing out, 1.1 grams per kilograms per liter. If you were just breathing in, 0.1 kilograms per liter.
Yeah, more or less, yes. I mean, that means I should about be 150 liters in volume. Nice.
we are insane. Like we are really, really close to being the density of water. The only reason that humans have a slightly higher is basically because of our bones.
Yeah.
Like, because most tissues
I think muscle is also a little heavier. It's 1.7 or so.
Yeah, but that's because of the high protein content. But
yeah.
But that's also a little bit evened out by all the fat in our bodies.
Yeah, because
exactly, especially mine.
Yeah.
So
well, you also have to remember there's a lot of water in there. Like every time you have some fat, you also have a lot of water around it, because you can't have the membrane without the water.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's actually a huge part. Just going off a small tangent. When like the creatures that can dry out and then come back to life, like tardigrades, one of the things they do to protect them is basically stabilize their membranes so they don't fall apart.
Oh, okay.
When all the water disappears.
That's nice.
Man, the things that you don't hear about when you're studying physics.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't know about it if I hadn't done a bachelor's project.
Can we do a fundraiser to give Anthony Riley a basic physics, chemistry, and biology book, and maybe astronomy too? I don't know, maybe $20 or something per book.
What book can you get for $20? Oh, right. You're not. Oh yeah. Right? Yeah, we're not talking. For a moment there, I was thinking chemistry. University level textbooks, but that would be way over. Yeah.
This one here seems appropriate. It's also €20. That's quite close.
With or without sending it?
Probably without sending it, but I can get over the 30 euro threshold that's here quite easily. So whatever.
Yeah. Anyway,
wait,
do you think Anthony would be up for a redebate? Because I am really itching to go through that presentation again and just shred it.
To what end? You're just gonna kill yourself by the end.
Yeah, I mean that would do the word.
Well, in that regard,
whatever.
Well, in that regard, I do have kind of a masochistic side to myself. I really like to explain things to idiots, and sometimes, yeah, I take the consequences for myself. So yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
I agree. I think that's good.
And I do have a little bit of experience about shutting naughty kids up. So
what?
That
sounds so wrong, Hector.
Shut up.
That sounds fucking wrong. That's something I never wanted to hear about you.
How does that sound?
Okay, when I think about how that sounded, I have to agree with that. I mean, it's just
wait.
When you're giving private lessons to kids, then yeah, you have to know how to make them sit still. And yeah,
I just read something on the page that Geo has up.
Oh God!
It says the first by accident. The first civilization was the civilization of the reptilians, where 90% of them took this opportunity and jumped on the fourth density. The second was the humanoid civilization. I thought reptilians were humanoids.
Oh my God, that actually just debunked Anthony Riley. He said we were the 7th.
Did he? I can't remember.
No, he brought that up himself. He said that he was that he agreed that we were at least something.
Oh, somebody. Tyler Durden in the Hangout. Do you want a link to the Hangout, or do you want a link to this article? Whatever. I'll just post both. So this is the one to the article. Don't look at it without some oven mitts. You will need them.
Yeah.
And the other one.
Kumar Logic approves oven mitts. He really needs to start selling those.
By the way, when we are at the topic, Micro, can you do me the favor and cut the video again so I can upload the shorter version? Because I still haven't found a video cutting program that I really want to use.
I'm presuming you just want me to cut off the end here.
Yeah. I mean the after show hangout and the beginning, like the
first.
There
wasn't really much of a beginning.
Yeah, okay, that's true. I actually have a nice thumbnail I'll use. This one.
Yeah, you showed me that.
Yeah. Wait, this looks wrong.
It's the penis myth.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll cut it.
Yeah, thanks.
Like, I mean, my computer decided to, because it was so long last time, it decided to crash like 3 times, and I had to start re-rendering it every time.
Shit, I'm sorry for that.
Nah, it's what
kind of machine do you have? Is it a good one, or is it a potato?
It's a good one, and it's actually made. It has it's part made for gaming, but it's a lot of the components are also really good at things like rendering.
So probably you have a really large CPU, like a 6-core i7 at least.
I can't remember what I have. I just know I don't know the numbers. I just have a feeling for what I know what it's good for.
Okay.
That I remember. But no, it's because of Lightworks. It's because it's a kind of a weirdly unstable software.
It's probably go for Magix, maybe. I haven't decided yet.
I mean, I've just I found Lightworks first and got used to it. I think I might even have a copy of some Sony program or something, some Sony Vegas on my computer that I could install. But at this point, I have all my graphics in it, and I know how to use it.
Okay.
So I just use it. I mean, I can just do other things while I render it. So it's not like the fact that it takes a long time means anything.
Okay. So, I think next week I'll torture myself again for some reason.
What's next week's topic?
Oh, you haven't heard it?
Nope.
He wants me to prove that the pyramids are tombs, so I thought, yeah, fuck it, I'll
okay.
do it.
The same the other way around.
Yeah,
Again
exactly.
on Sundays?
Yeah, but 1 hour later,
Okay, yeah.
for convenience of him.
Mm.
So, yeah, I mean, if he's getting crushed anyways, I'll try to make it as pleasurable for him as possible. But that's also sounding
Let's
wrong.
hope you'll be able to convince him, because, I mean, seriously.
I'm sorry. If he's, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of bullshit he's going to come up with when you show him that the texts inside the pyramids literally tell that they're tombs.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that he can come up with is I'm making a prediction. What he's going to say is, I see that they are saying that, but I don't think it is the case because they are power plants.
Or he's gonna say something about them being
more or less.
like they put it there because the government put it there or something like that.
The only thing I can think of. Oh, sorry. The only thing I can think of him saying is that they were. The only thing I can think of is that he's going to say that they were originally power plants, but then they became tombs because reasons.
That's
the only thing I can think of, or the other way around. I also like how he changed, because when you did the research about conductivity of granite, I like how he changed his argument halfway through.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
He literally switched his entire argument around, and he, like, I don't think he understood that you need something to conduct it with. Like, you can't just have an insulator and then just pump. It's not water. You can't.
Yeah. I think
that's like the whole thing is insulator.
What he was trying to say, what I think that he was trying to say, is that for some reason the surface of the granite would always be wet, and therefore the ions could move up there and not leak out of the system. I
think you're giving way too much credit.
I think I'm probably giving him way too much credit.
I think he literally thought it was like pipes that you could take the ions and then like put them inside it and pump.
I really like the fact that he didn't understand the difference between ions moving and electrons moving.
Yeah, and and the positive electrons. So
the positive electrons through.
There's antimatter.
You can create positrons relatively easily, but
they're not like lightning bolts aren't full of antimatter.
Yeah, and if they were things, I believe me, thunderstorms would be a lot worse.
Yeah, we would. Let's just say that a thunderstorm would literally, but like it wouldn't be lightning strikes; it would be lightning explosions.
Yeah, I also really liked the fact that no, it's not this one. That like this picture here, what the fuck is that?
But he kept saying that we didn't know what the capstones were made out of. But we have capstones from a few pyramids, and they're made out of granite, the polished granite.
Yeah, that's actually a point I didn't even look at before the debate.
And usually with an inscription of whose tomb it is.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
yeah, that's
what you were saying about the metals?
To use in the last debate. What?
It says here at the bottom of about the metals. I tried to send you a few things that I found about metalworking in Egypt.
Okay.
Ancient Egypt. So, yeah.
Let me guess: bronze, copper, gold.
A lot of copper. Copper. Which is pretty good for conducting.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Copper and silver are ideal.
Yeah, I mean, copper is the thing that we use everywhere.
Go up, because
the reason is because copper is dead cheap compared to all the other nice conducting metals. Except for maybe aluminum, but there are some other issues with it.
Yeah, aluminum
Can you go up in his document, because there's something that really puzzled me, because he kept saying that the granite in the tunnels and chambers was supposed to transport the ions up to the capstone, but it's like in none of his pictures are there any. There's no
connection from the king's chamber to the capstone.
Yeah, right.
By the end, you had established that none of the pyramid is conductive.
Well, yeah, it's a giant pile of rocks.
Even if it could produce any kind of electricity. It couldn't be conducted anywhere.
Yeah, right.
No, it's wireless. Remember, he thinks it's wireless.
Exactly. It's wireless.
You're right, wireless. What the fuck was that? I mean, but I was thinking about.
He's basing it off of Tesla. The thing, like the tower he kept referring to, one of the things Tesla tried to do with that tower, and the reason why there's a shaft down into the earth and all that, is because it's Tesla thought he could use the earth itself to transport the energy.
Yeah, basically transport the power through the atmosphere, basically transmitting massive amounts of power to the ionosphere that people on all over the world could just tap into with giant lightning rods, and then just ground everything so that the electrical circuit would be closed through the earth. Fun fact. The electric circuit used to power electric trains is also closed through grounding both the power plant and the train through the tracks.
Oh.
I mean, that does work, but it would not even remotely work if one of your cables would go through the entire fucking atmosphere 70 kilometers up, because the resistance you've got there is just unimaginably high. I mean, the overall amount of charge that's separated between ground and the upper ionosphere is ridiculously low. If you think about that, there's a 400,000 volts of potential difference there. The reason that potential difference is that high is because the air is so incredibly insulating.
Yeah, I also like the fact when I was talking to him about the diagram that he was using. Where was it?
Oh yeah, you asked him to like.
No, wait.
You asked him about it's to show like a diagram of the circuit.
Yeah. First of all, I did that because I would really have like to have seen what he would have drawn.
I think he wouldn't have been able to draw something because, as he mentioned at one point, I don't have to show that it works the same way. I just have to show that it looks similar.
He wouldn't know how to draw a circuit.
I mean,
like even I know how to draw a circuit to some extent.
Yeah.
Can you show the image of the Wardenclyffe Tower that he used again? And
you mean this giant grey penis? This one?
The Wardenclyffe Tower and the comparison to the Pyramid of Giza. And his point was, in essence, yeah, I know. And his point was they look kind of similar, therefore they must be the same. With all due respect, if you look at the orange lines, my arms look a little bit similar to that when I wake up in the morning and stretch. That does not make me a power plant.
Or does it?
Believe me, at the state that I am when I wake up every morning, I am anything but a power plant.
Is it a fluke or purposeful design? Oh God!
It's but
it's design, you idiot.
I still don't understand why he doesn't understand that it's like they literally thought they were burying a god.
Yeah.
Like. Also, I'm wondering, his idea that there's those soot marks in there, so they had to use light bulbs. You can just build things and then put the things in there, and then build a roof on top of it afterwards, so you have daylight. You can work. You don't have to build rooms and then decorate them. You can build a room without a roof, decorate it, and put the roof over it.
Yeah.
It's not that complicated. And most of the shafts are for ventilation and just the construction work.
Also, the two shafts that go to the outside are built in a way that at a certain point, day in the year, at a certain time, the sun would shine directly through that shaft. But also,
and the idea was that the Pharaoh's soul would be able to get out that way. Yeah. That's part of it.
What the fuck is this? I mean, it's a total ionizing radiation. What the fuck? Completely missed the point that it's also possible with chemistry.
Yeah, and the best thing for me as a physicist is still that little graphic down here.
Yeah, this was so wow.
But remember, remember, he just stole the diagrams. He doesn't have to be responsible.
Yeah, I mean, look at this potential magnetic field charge.
I mean, the
Doesn't
only
make any
explanation that I can have for lines that are shaped like this is a scalar potential. And magnetic fields do not have a scalar potential. That's the core thing about magnetic fields. They don't have sources, they don't have charges, they don't have a scalar potential like electrical fields.
Yeah,
The only
Anthony, if
explanation.
you're still watching, magnetic fields are a property of the space in this case. The described force.
Actually, defining fields as a property of space is just a standard method in physics, but probably also because property and space are things a little bit differently defined in physics than
Yeah, okay.
what
Yeah,
you would do
right.
in real
You're
life.
right.
In this case, it might have just been a misunderstanding of him and just nothing born out of ignorance. Just
What the fuck? A magnetic field charge?
Also, the ionosphere,
love the way
like
you say that.
Wait,
What is a
guys,
field charge and what is a magnetic charge? What the fuck?
Well,
Wait a second, guys.
It's a negative. It's a negative force.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
guys,
right. A negative force. Yeah, that was brilliant as well.
yeah, guys,
He was saying negative ions means negative force. What?
yeah.
Was he talking about negative energy? I don't know.
May I
not.
shortly talk a little bit about that one graphic a little bit, because that's not the only thing wrong in that graphic.
Sure.
Interestingly,
brilliant.
you see how all the field lines from the top come down, curving towards the pyramid. That was kind of also part of my bachelor's thesis, where I used just sharp tips to amplify electric fields in the just like a lens would, and in that case, the electrical fields bent down towards the tip I was creating in the same way that they do in that picture. On one hand, creating a quite strong electric field on the tip. However, in order to make electrical fields bend towards a surface like that, the surface must be conductive. And not just kind of conductive, it has to be very conductive.
Yeah,
On one hand,
that's why it's that's the reason why you shouldn't put knives in your microwave.
yes, that's one of the things. The sharp edge of the knife amplifies both electric and electromagnetic fields, just like the microwaves in your microwave oven. Actually, the thing, if you see sparks on the tip, on sharp edges in your microwave, that's plasma being created there, just because the microwaves are focused there. But I digress. Back to the graphic. And also, if you have a conductive surface, all that surface is on the same potential as the ground. No potential difference between the tip and the ground. So if you write 40,000 something volts as the potential of the tip, that also has to be either the potential of the ground, so you'd have to write it there, or just no potential. No voltage at this tip of your pyramid. That graphic contradicts itself.
Yeah. Either the 14,600 volts are wrong, or the way the lines are drawn.
Exactly.
But I'm curious about, like, it says ionosphere, but if ionosphere is one of the that's like out when like the border of space.
Basically, the ionosphere is the area in the atmosphere where the atmosphere is starting to get thick enough for all the cosmic radiation and just stuff from space and from the sun to slam into atoms and cause reactions, but not far enough down so that all the interesting physical reactions have already happened. So all ionization in the atmosphere happens there.
Yeah, but like the ions from the ionosphere don't really, like, he thinks he can attract them.
No,
like,
you
that's
can't.
what I'm getting. He thinks that because he can use all the negative ions from the water to attract them out of the ionosphere 80 kilometers above.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. And also, if you actually spend the power to pull the ions down from the ionosphere, the only thing you do is spend a lot more power actually pulling down the ions than all the power that you could ever get from discharging any electrical charge that these ions are producing.
I mean, the amount of, like, if you created you basically have to create an electromagnetic field strong enough to draw them down from that height. Like, all the metal in Egypt would start moving towards the pyramid.
Electrical field, not a magnetic field. Actually, everything that magnetic fields do with ions is they make them fly either in curves or in spirals.
Yeah, that's
one of the things
another
that
thing. Is he in the diagram? Is he talking about an electric field or a magnetic field? I really can't tell.
I think he's talking about some pseudoscientific scientific bullshit that's neither of them.
Impossible. Because the way it's drawn like it is an electric field, but
The weird thing is he
talking at a
actually
magnetic field charge. What the fuck?
he kind of has the definition of an ion in the text.
I really like to know where I got the definition from, because it must be copied from some other book, because you will study this later in the chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he does have the chemistry book. Oh, no, it can't be a chemistry book, because they wouldn't use the example of ionizing radiation.
Yeah. I mean, basically every single sentence that either he said or he wrote there is a source please sentence.
Yeah, I mean there's not a single link to any source except for this one, which makes me cringe.
Hold on,
Yeah.
go back up. Go back. I just noticed something. Further up, back to where one of the drawn one with the sketch of the pyramid.
This one?
No, not that one. That one there.
That one. Okay.
Notice how, like, remember he said that there were no chambers to have gold and stuff in it. Yeah. What does he think the Grand Gallery is for?
Those were mostly murals painted on the walls.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but he said there were only. He made it sound like there was only one chamber.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm really curious about is what is this chamber here for, the second one?
Queen's chamber.
Yeah, but did they actually bury both the king and the queen in there?
Yeah, I think both of them were buried.
Yeah. And also,
buried in some sense. They were like mummified and put in there. They're not technically buried since they're.
I also really like the fact that he was mixing up the how are they called? Cheops and how's the second one? The two biggest pyramids. The two of the three.
Yeah, he kept confusing them.
Yeah, exactly. Because
usually
usually when you see one of the three pyramids in Giza, you think that this one here is the Cheops pyramid, but that's wrong. It's the other one.
Yeah.
Because the highest one, interestingly, is not the one in the middle, because the base of it is higher. It's
also, it's interesting,
of 1 meter or so, but it's measurable.
You think?
Well, that's only because they built the entire plateau up.
Ah, right. Yeah, they didn't flatten it out, right?
I'm confused. I must think that like if you look, like, he even has a picture of the Sphinx. Like the Sphinx, like the bottom, like that's carved. Like Sphinx is carved out of the natural rock there.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Like it even has some weird like watermarks. Like weird water erosion that we don't really have an explanation for.
Wasn't the Sphinx at one time buried in desert sand up to the neck, and they then?
Yeah, they had to dig it out again.
Yeah, I think so.
And also, didn't they just redo the head, which was originally not a pharaoh but some other figure?
Yeah, it's thought that originally the face was larger because the face is very small compared to its body. So they think that it must have been changed at least once, possibly more. And they also think that once, possibly the head of the Sphinx once had a beard.
Yeah.
Because there's still some traces below the chin where you can see traces of a beard. So I
think the idea was that you basically you changed it with each new pharaoh. Like you would change it to match the current pharaoh.
That would wear down rather quickly, wouldn't it? Like 3 pharaohs and then you need a new head.
Well, it might, it's probably not something they did every time, but they probably did that a few times. With some pharaoh, like when there was like a change in power, like when it wasn't the son that became the next pharaoh, but some other person who took the power and might wanna erase or build like erase the former
Yeah, but what I completely forgot about asking him was, why doesn't he show the inner, like the insides of the other pyramids? Because I think the Cheops pyramid is the only one that has this internal structure. And usually the pyramids don't have all of that, but just this one descending passage and then one chamber.
Mm.
So
Yeah, because as you said, as you pointed out, they were like they're like an upgraded version of the earlier tombs.
yeah, the
where
master bars.
Yeah, those. And like the thing he said, like the one that what he said was incomplete. No, that's how the pyramids look.
Yeah,
in the
because
early
because
days.
we have lots of examples of eroded pyramids, and they first of all eroded pyramids and pyramids that were not constructed until completion, and they don't look like they have these steps.
We even have one where they fucked up and had to change the angle midway.
Yeah. I know it. It looks.
it looks so derpy.
Yeah.
It's
Wait,
the derpiest pyramid.
Let me find it. German, it's called Knickpyramide.
It's called the bear. Yeah.
Yeah, this one. And what happened is that they miscalculated the weight, or they underestimated the effect of the ground, and then they had to change the angle.
Yeah.
The thing is, the pharaoh who wanted this one didn't like it, so they had to build another one for him.
Yeah. So there's nothing in that one.
Yeah, because he thought it to be imperfect and wanted a better one.
We have the substructure. We actually have we can see the inner structure. There was a link to it.
Where?
In the
Inhaltsverzeichnis.
Yeah, it's been a while since if you go down, there's the substructure. Further up.
Yeah. No, it's not of the main pyramid. It's of the second pyramid that's next to it.
Oh no,
Second.
But still, there is an inside. There's a picture of how it looks inside it, right there.
It's also not the main pyramid. It's the other one.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It still shows how the pyramid looks inside, showing that we don't have a weird aquifer.
Yeah.
And also, he at one point didn't he make an argument that all the pyramids are placed in essentially one line over the aquifer, completely glossing over the fact that the three smaller pyramids aren't even remotely on the same line.
He's just saying they're on ley lines.
Yeah, because people afterwards drew the ley lines through the pyramids and all other significant structures. They were all placed on the same place.
The pyramids of Giza are roughly placed to match the belt of Orion.
Yeah,
it's believed that that's the inspiration for how they are outlined. They're not actually exactly on it, because as brilliant as astronomers as the ancient Egyptian was, they weren't that good. They didn't have telescopes. And
but did they backtrack the position of the? So did they backtrack the movement of the three stars?
Yeah, there is some techniques you can use, even if you don't really have a telescope.
Right.
Proper astronomy. Also, like at that point, astronomy and astrology were like
pretty much identical.
It was the same thing.
Okay, well, I'm going to end the hangout now. I think.
Yeah.
At least on YouTube, because I mean the
stream of it.
Yeah, the public hangout, because I don't want to torture my friends in the chat any longer. So see you. If you want to watch it next week, you can do it. I don't recommend it. Yeah, I don't take any responsibility for, let's say, keyboard damages, suicides, cutting off your arms, whatever.
Brain damage.
That escalated quickly.
I mean, brain damage is
that's
not avoidable. Yeah, that's not avoidable. So wait, yeah, not avoidable.
Yeah.
So
I was hoping for at least a little bit of reason, and I was utterly disappointed.
That's true. Okay, see you guys.
Bye.